Yeah, we here.
We're gonna pass out.
We here. Hold on, let's get this out the way. We see y'all, baby. We see y'all. Boy, y'all early today. Y'all early today. What's up, squad? Let's go. Let's go. What's the display name say? Hey, Dilo. Casey. What's the headlines? Oh, we don't have any headlines there. Take that off.
Oh, man. 6th grade promotion today.
Oh, very nice.
Shout out to little cousin Cameron. Well, his name is Cameron, but I call him Cameron. They pulled a fast.
There we go. There we go. We set up.
I ain't even gonna lie. Don't put that on the mind.
I can't. I was trying to.
I'll tell him straight up.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Damn. I still have a hole in my throat and smoke through the hole.
Oh, well, you just say no.
That was one of the more disturbing commercials of all time.
Oh, that was awful. Yeah. No good. No good. Oh, well, that's a take. That's a take. God damn.
And Max, how is this supposed to happen? Sir?
Yeah, explain yourself. Showtime.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby! Vibes are up. One more time. I'm sorry. Is it Mrs. Mac 10's birthday?
Hey, Miss Mac 10 is the lick. West Side is the lick.
Yo, vibes are up in here on this Friday. Come on, man. We welcome you in here to the June 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna try that again. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We hyped today, man.
Boy, hey. Y'all listen to the Joe Budden podcast. I'm gonna hit you with the Joe Budden podcast disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed by the hosts are just that. The views and opinions of the host. It's not that serious. But we're going to have some fun today. There are some things we have to talk about. The Kings traded the 24th pick last night. Of course they did. Kenny's still dying the day after the draft.
No, man.
He's been dying all week.
I don't know what's going on with me, man. I don't know if I'm going to get no better.
I make one little tweet about Draymond Green and Kenny's near death.
I told you I'd die.
Well, didn't think you meant literally. Sacramento Kings drafted Colby Jones at 34, a guy who we talked about at 24. Got him 10 picks later. Very weird draft, by the way. The draft was as unpredictable as we thought it would be.
Yeah, this draft, they had some good ball players, but it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 to 60.
Yeah,
right. That's right. All these guys kind of were about the same. Doesn't mean they were bad. They're just all kind of around the same level of player.
Let's let them ride one more time. Shout out to our brother one more time. Richaun Holmes, man.
Oh, man, for sure. Man.
I am a Richaun Holmes guy.
Absolutely.
I will always be a Richaun Holmes guy. I'm sad that it didn't work out in this version of the Sacramento Kings. He was, tweeted last night. He was at least to me, he was a bright spot on a team that didn't have many. He was something exciting on a team that had a lot of frustrating elements to it. Again, GM changes, coaching changes, style changes, personnel changes. That's a difficult thing. And of course, the stuff he was going through off the court, and the fact he got his eyeballs ripped out multiple times,
man.
That's tough. And he never quite found his footing with the Mike Brown led version of the Sacramento Kings. But I remain a Richaun Holmes guy. I'm thrilled for him, the man, that he has the opportunity to go to Dallas, because as I look at Dallas, I feel like he's going to have the opportunity to play at Dallas. And should this next week go the way that the Dallas Mavericks hope, and Kyrie Irving is back there, I feel like Kyrie can do a lot for Richaun Holmes. So I'm really happy for Richaun Holmes, the player, and the man. I'm happy for Richaun Holmes, period.
And take a step further with the Dallas thing, I think Luka could do a lot for Richaun Holmes.
Sure.
I think Luka, for all, he doesn't have a whole lot of shortcomings. I ain't trying to make all his shortcomings. Like, he's a great ball player. He's a franchise guy. But he's also a point guard. You know what I mean? And he'll find you when he's willing to pass. He just has to have the ball all the time. That's the only problem with Luka. But him getting teamed up with Luka would be good for him as well. I remember when Richaun Holmes was a free agent, and I think I framed it. Oh man, I think I was on King's Herald. No, because King's Herald wasn't. What was the one they had before? What was the one they had before King's Herald? I'm drawing a blank. And SB Nation took over.
Yeah, Sacktown Royalty
with Ivanowski. I was on
before the heel turn, before the really bizarre heel turn. Yeah.
And check this out. I was on there, and I was like, man, what if the Kings got a guy like Richaun Holmes? I've always been intrigued by Richaun Holmes. This was like 3 weeks after free agency started, and I was like, what if they got a guy like Richaun Holmes as insurance for if Harry Giles isn't healthy?
Boy,
right?
Mark my words. Boy.
Right. So that was the thought, just like, bring this guy in, kind of how we look at like Alex Lynn right now. And immediately, 5 games in, it was like, oh no, Richaun Holmes needs to be in the rotation.
Yeah.
And then it was like, he needs to be starting.
Yeah.
And one of the things that that Luke Walton doesn't get credit for is he didn't waste any time. They had just signed Dwayne Dedmon. About 5-6 games in, he said, no, this guy's better.
Yeah.
He needs to be starting. This gives us the best chance to win. And until the injuries and everything happened, Richaun never looked back. And I enjoyed watching him play. I enjoyed watching the way he was there for his teammates all the time. And the other thing about this, I know money doesn't solve everything. He's a human being. He's got real emotions. He probably liked it here. He wanted to play or whatever. But this was a guy that was, a couple $1 million player in the NBA until he got to Sacramento. And he had an opportunity. He took advantage of it, and he got an opportunity to make life-changing money. And I love to see that.
Earned every penny.
And he earned it. That's the whole thing about it. It wasn't given to him.
Yep.
He didn't luck into it. He did it with hard work. It paid off for him, and he got rewarded as such, man. So I said a whole bunch. I didn't mean to take too much time, but, man, I really enjoyed Richaun Holmes' time here in Sacramento. And then, real quick, when you see a lot of the run stuff, last year was tough for Richaun not playing. If you look at some of the run stuff and you see like the behind the scenes, one of the first guys off the bench.
Every time.
One of the first guys hyped up for everybody that was doing well in a Kings uniform last year, Richaun Holmes. He never, whatever, I know he was frustrated. I know he wanted to play, but he never let that get in the way of being there for his teammates. He's an example of what you want a teammate to be at all times. And I wish him the best of luck in Dallas.
Indeed. So with the Richaun Holmes deal, and I know nothing is more exciting coming out of the NBA draft than the Sacramento Kings essentially drafting cap flexibility. And that's what we saw. Dallas, I think James noted this last night. Dallas spent about $25 million to acquire the 24th pick, and that of course is is the Richaun Holmes contract. And I understand there were, there were players there that people liked. We're going to talk to Bryant West coming up here in about 30 minutes. We're going to talk to Kyle Madson in the 2 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to James Ham in the 3 o'clock hour. But I understand that there were, including Prosper, there were players there that fans liked. And walking away with nothing but more money to spend isn't exactly an exciting thing to talk about. But what I encourage everybody to do is to just let the next week or so play out.
Yeah.
We really, and we'll talk to James about this. He wrote about it in his Kings Beat newsletter, so we'll talk to him about it at 3 o'clock. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the Domantas Sabonis renegotiate and extend. There's a reason we've been talking about it, and that's a little bit more out there now and feels a lot more probable. Monty did speak last night, and when I say that, I mean he said words, but Monty's very good at his job. He says words without really saying anything,
and he couldn't say much.
And that was the other part of this. He couldn't even talk about what he just did.
Right.
He literally said, "So I have to read this from the league so I don't get in trouble." And he had to read verbatim what they did last night because he can't do anything else without getting in trouble. And that's part of the thing where I feel bad for these young men that are drafted.
They got to fix that.
Prosper's a king. Like that's just the way it is right now.
They got to fix that.
I understand. And I don't know why they do this. I don't know why it's so, I don't know what's so integral to the structural integrity of the league that you can't, kid, go to Dallas.
If you're going to allow these people to leak this stuff out, then allow the guys to act as if it happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you don't want them to act as if it happened, then say, find somebody the next time they give Shams a tip off or find the team or something like that. But you're letting all the information out, but you acting like it's not official.
Yeah, I think that it's absolutely silly. But I think there's some things to talk about there. There's also the Kings when we talked about this with James Wednesday or whatever. I think it was Wednesday. It was, hey, here's what the Kings could do this offseason. And James did have a footnote during that conversation. This whole thing kind of blows up if they can trade Richaun Holmes. Because not only can you extend Domas, you could do it in a way that almost assures that he stays here. Like you can make him very, very happy and very, very comfortable with what you're doing moving forward. And have a lot of room to go sign guys. And so that sparked conversation. So a couple of things before we really dive into today's show. Richaun Holmes was traded to Dallas last night. We had gotten the feeling, myself, Kenny, James, based on what we've learned, the OG thing was probably becoming further fetched than it was last week. Well, now Richaun is gone. Richaun was money in this deal. I don't see a situation where now we're talking about Kevin Huerter or anyone else on this roster.
Right.
My opinion, any conversations about OG Anunoby, if they weren't already, are over.
Yeah.
But what's this mean for Kyle Kuzma?
Interesting.
What's it mean for a name we really haven't talked about because we didn't think the Kings would be in the financial house of a Jeremy Grant?
Interesting.
And what's this mean for Draymond Green?
Not interesting.
Windhurst floated that last night.
Did it again this morning too, didn't he?
I'm sure that he did.
Yeah.
I'm sure that he did. It's a popular subject. We'll talk about Draymond Green because I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a couple of things that I'm going Deion Sanders, Atlanta Falcons, and I'm gonna backpedal on a couple of things. I also am going to apologize to Draymond Green.
I will do nothing of the sort.
And I'll tell you why. We are it's going to be a day today. Vibes are out, baby. Vibes are up.
You're better to hear me on 95.7 The Game after Draymond's highlights. signs with the Kings. Monte will send the text.
I need you. I need you. You're going to sound like Bonte Hill did yesterday talking about Chris Paul. We're just getting started. We've got a day ahead, baby. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, no big deal, but you know what I'm saying? We fact checking out here. We gonna fact check. Brian Cruz. I can't find it. I think it was Victor, a couple other people. That was not Yeager who started Richaun Holmes. That was Luke Walton. They said it was Yeager who did that. Yeager was gone. First year, Luke Walton, Trevor Ariza, Dwayne Dedman.
Yeah, it's the Dwayne Dedman year.
They signed Richaun Holmes. And 5 games
Brewski
in.
was a big Richaun Holmes guy.
Yeah.
Aaron Brewski was a really big Richaun Holmes guy.
You got that one right.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. I tapped into 95.7 a little bit this morning.
I missed him this morning. What was it sounding like?
I don't know. At one point, I thought Bonte was going to kill Butcher Boy. And you know what the funny thing was? It was about Sacramento. It was about the Kings. But Bonte was like, oh, wait a minute. I wasn't down on the Sacramento Kings. You were down on the Sacramento Kings. And it was like, wait, what did I just tune into? What am I watching? That was maybe 20 seconds after I turned the stream on to see those guys.
I really enjoy their show every morning. They got a good morning show.
I enjoy the hell out of both of them. I really like Bonte. Bonte leans into the bit, man, and he's funny. He makes me laugh. He absolutely makes me laugh. Well.
Oh, damn, David.
Oh, well, yeah, there's a lot of those. There's a lot of those in the chat. I'm sorry. Man, I guess not. Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, that was a fun little footnote to the night with Chris Murray going at pick 23.
So I didn't watch all this live. We had another baseball game. I did sneak and follow on my phone, right? And I just happened to get to my phone at one point.
Kenny coaching on the third base. Wait, what? Oh, hey.
I did happen to get to my phone as the Kings were on the clock. And I was looking to see, I was like, damn, did Chris go already? And sure enough, he went right before.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Twitter was going crazy when that happened, when they took Chris at 23.
It was a scene. It was a scene for sure, because he was right there. And truth be told, I'm fascinated by what would have happened. Would the exact same thing have happened?
I don't think they would have took him. Yeah, I think maybe the exact same thing.
The exact same thing we saw. Oh, and like fans were frustrated last night. I think they would have been angry if Chris Murray was there. If Chris was there and they did the same thing, you draft Prosper, you trade him to Dallas. And...
I was a little disappointed in the Omax thing. Now I was like, all right, let me see what Omax talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go back to coaching. And I come back 10 minutes later. Omax is no longer
he's a Maverick.
King.
He's a Maverick. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, that's a good throwback, Andrew. We should ask Bart Scott what he thinks. We should ask him. How'd Vlade do at the draft last night, Bart? What do you think? What do you grade Vlade last night at the draft?
Was that Wembanyama's mom or sister? I know people were going crazy. Was that the curly hair lady?
Yeah, I think it was his mom, but I missed that introduction. And I have that suit is incredible.
I love it.
Yeah, that suit is incredible. You know what sold it for me is I didn't realize until
the back.
Yep.
And the trench coat look.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. With the tie, with the waist strap. I was like, oh, that's it.
I
was able to. You know who designed that?
Hmm.
You should know. I'm surprised you don't have one. That's it. I found it this morning. It's Louis Vuitton.
That's the word. Vic is gonna come with some stuff.
Yeah, that look good.
They say he's like,
you know what?
Big time fashion.
I had a moment last night. Oh, they say it was his sister. Okay, I had a moment last night, and part of it was I was watching these young brothers go up there, these young men, and used to be their age. Now I'm their parents' age. And then someone, I don't remember who it was that went up there, and it was like, oh, I'm older than them. All right. Oh, go to hell. This is for Jesse Tapia.
Hulk Hogan, you can go to hell. Straight to hell.
Richard Jefferson always be trying to like go with the blazer and the hoodie thing, and it don't go well for him. I don't like it on him. Looks sloppy.
It's also he does like gray. And gray has like a casual feel to it, like that heather gray, like that ain't like, come on, that ain't it.
Yeah, that's not fly.
And that also looks like a hoodie that just was in his bag. Like there's like
maybe that's the other thing. Like he's got a champion hoodie.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you could go to like Express or something and get
get
the
hoodies
that go with that.
Yeah, they have specifically suit designed hoodies now. I love the draft. Before we before we get to what I think 589 people are here to watch and see, and however many are watching or listening on the Odyssey app and ESPN 1320 and 98.5. If you got one of those fancy cars that Kenny has, we learned yesterday, we're now on the TuneIn app.
Yes.
Yeah. In addition to being
it's love too, like we partners, man. It's love.
Yeah. In addition to being on 98.5 FM, you can go to the TuneIn app on your smart car entertainment screen, whatever it is.
Yeah, on the car, if you got it linked to your phone, you put whatever on. Like if you pulled us up on your phone on the TuneIn app, it'll show up on your car. Very
prominently displayed there on TuneIn. So many different ways that you could roll with D'Lo and KC here. I do love the draft. It's one of my favorite. I just love seeing these young men's dream come true. Feel the same way about the NBA draft or the NFL draft, excuse me. But that's 5 days long, so I find this one far more entertaining.
They kind of miss me a lot of the time, especially if the Niners don't have a first round pick.
Yeah, so I mean, seeing Brandon Miller go second. There might be a weird story to that, by the way. Remind me to get back to that later. But Brandon Miller goes second, and to hear him sit down with his parents and his dad talk about the character that he has, and knowing the uphill battle that they're probably going to have to fight for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I was really happy for him in that moment.
I felt bad, for him. I mean, he didn't see all of this stuff, like
the Charlotte stuff.
Yeah, I felt bad about all that for the young fella. I'm rooting for him.
Yeah,
to go out there and turn people's opinions around.
Me too. To see Scoot go 3, obviously I'm a huge fan of Scoot Henderson. He won the draft in terms of fashion for me, and to see the Thompson twins go 4 and 5.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
That was really cool.
I thought that was absolutely incredible. And I think JJ pointed this out. We were talking about it at the start of yesterday's show. And I didn't expect the Thompson twins to go back to back. We had a pretty good idea that one of them was going to go 4th. But the fact that, an overseas player, a player who went to college, a G League player, and an overtime elite players went as the first 5 picks of the draft. 4 different routes, first 5 picks of the draft is pretty awesome.
I love it, man. I love seeing that, man. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Just the different ways that you can get to your final destination here of the NBA is great for the game. It's why the game is the second biggest game in the world. And look, I'm not here to say it's going to take over soccer or anything like that, but there are kids all over the country all over the world that can say, I can get to the NBA. Like there's a path for me to get to one of the biggest leagues in the world. There's a path. I can do it. I don't have to used to be overseas and have to come to the States and go to high school for a little bit. So no, I can come from here. I can be overseas and play for the Ignite. I can be overseas, play for overtime. Like there's so many different paths to get in there. And I just think that's going to help grow the game so much.
Yeah, I love hearing their stories. I'll say this too. One quick complaint: the ESPN is just trash.
Somebody else said that last
It's
night.
horrible. I went to ABC, and my first thought was Reese Davis is really good at this stuff. But what the hell is Reese Davis doing here?
They did that.
They did. It was Reese, and it's like, okay, Reese does all right.
Shout out to Reese.
With Stephen A. Smith. I'm like, nope, this ain't gonna work for me. What's NBA? Because I'm not listening to Stephen A. Smith for the next 4 hours. I'm not. So it's like, all right, I'm going to go to NBA TV. There's nothing there. They had a different broadcast on ESPN. All right, it was Malika, JJ. All right, I can go with this. I'm not going to say how I feel about everybody who was on this broadcast. I will just say, when you ask an 18-year-old or 19-year-old sitting next to their mother, what are you going to do to celebrate? What are you doing tonight? And my man says, I just want some In-N-Out burger. Can we ship some In-N-Out burger out here? You just want fast food? Ma'am.
Leave it at that.
He's 19 years old. What do you expect him to say? He's 19-year-old sitting next to his mother. What do you want his answer to be?
Yeah, what do you want him to say? Hey, have you seen the movie Project X?
Oh,
you want him to say that?
Oh, you're going to be hearing about me in the morning. Oh, yeah, you're going to be hearing about me in the morning. I'm going to tell you that right now. Come on, man. I toughed it out. I toughed it out through that broadcast. I was Jimmy Butler in the bubble. I was Popeye's lady when that broadcast was over. I was like, I did it. I watched ESPN for 4 straight hours.
See, I probably would have gone, if I was at home, I probably would have gone with ABC.
I couldn't do Stephen A. Smith. I couldn't do it. Mommy, your boy adds nothing. Nothing. What am I going to do with that? I ain't doing it. Nope.
Is it just those two?
I didn't stick around long enough. No. It wasn't just those two. I didn't stick around long enough to find out, though. I was like, oh, that's Reese. Okay.
It's funny you say that because
I'm surprised Greeny wasn't there. Maybe Greeny was
Greeny
there.
Probably was somewhere lurking around there. But I got home and it was the second round, and I turned and Malika was on there, and I was just like, oh wow, they gave Malika the draft. Like, that's awesome.
On ABC?
Oh no, on ESPN.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't even think that there was the ABC broadcast. I was like, wow, they gave Malika the draft. That's really cool. Like, as the sole telecast. But
I was wondering if they treated Reese and Stephen A. like Adam Silver and just got out of there after the first round and did the simulcast there.
Call Malone.
Oh. Oh, goodness gracious.
Is that who he said? Or no, he said Moses Malone. Sorry, not Carl Malone. When he tried to say he thought Kendrick Perkins was trying to say Moses Malone.
Moses Malone.
No, sir, he's saying Moses Moody.
Moses Moody.
Reese.
That will never not be funny.
Moses Malone.
Almost like, you idiot. Let's talk about Draymond Green for a minute.
Let's talk about him, man. Let's talk about him.
So
we're gonna have fun and we're gonna have real talk.
The Sacramento Kings drafted cap space last night by trading the 24th pick and Richaun Holmes to Dallas. That opened a lot of things up for what we might see in the next week and change. And I think part of that, and we'll talk a lot more about this with James Ham later on, I think part of that is the renegotiate and extend that James really has been talking about for months. He's talked about it as a potential idea. And the first time James brought it up, I was like, that seems very far-fetched and unrealistic. Turns out it's not. And I think yesterday went a really, really long way into making that possible. I think it also went a really long way in creating more cap space for players of high value. There's a number of players we're going to talk about because I think I might have been off on a couple of things in terms of like our assessment of like Harrison, Kyle Kuzma, Kelly Oubre, players of that ilk, but particularly with one of those individuals that I just named. We've heard for a few months, watch out for Sacramento when it comes to Draymond Green. Dating back to, I think, before the playoff series started, we heard, watch out for Sacramento with Draymond Green. Mike loves Draymond Green. And we laughed it off all the way up until about 9:30 last night. I got a text last night and it was like, hey, you might be a little off on your assessment of Draymond. Okay, what do you mean? There's a chance Draymond leaves the Golden State Warriors. Now, whether he really does or not remains to be seen. But there is a chance that he leaves. Man, that sounds crazy to me. Even after this Jordan Poole stuff, he's going to leave. I'll say definitively, I do not believe Draymond Green is leaving the Golden State Warriors. But apparently, he's considering it. And I'll keep some of the other things we were talking about to ourselves, but something dawned on me this morning where it was like, I need to dig a little bit further into this. When Hurst starts talking about it, it starts being out there a little bit. Is this real? Is this happening? I don't think, remember the disclaimer at the start of this show, the views and opinions expressed by the host of this program are the views and opinions of the host of this program. I don't think Draymond and the Kings is a real thing. I don't. I'm trying to find out, but I don't think that it is. And I tried to talk myself into how, well, wait a minute, why would this be such a bad thing? Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Like I believe he could do a lot of things for the team defensively, but you've outlined this. You've got to find a line. You've got to find the line of getting better defensively without blowing up what you're doing offensively. And having a player you, for the most part, don't have to guard is probably blowing up what you're doing offensively. That's not an indictment on Draymond Green's career. That's where Draymond is now. And I think those are two very different things. And I want to outline that because I know we have a lot of fun at Draymond's expense. I'm not trying to be funny here. I don't think Draymond Green today is the player that he was, 6 years ago or whatever. I think there are things that he did better 6 years ago than he does now. I don't think Draymond and the Kings are a thing. But I'm not going to completely take it off the table. I was the guy who said Brad Stevens is not trading Marcus Smart. Brad Stevens loves Marcus Smart. He's absolutely not trading him. I don't have to remind anybody what happened a couple of nights ago. Turns out I could be wrong in this. Marcus Smart is a Memphis Grizzly. So it's like, you got to be careful when you get definitive about a statement. And you look at that Jordan Poole, Chris Paul thing yesterday, and it's like, oh, they did that for Draymond. Draymond ain't going nowhere. I don't think that he is, but I wouldn't take anything off the table as it pertains to Draymond Green outside of the Golden State Warriors and as it pertains to Draymond Green with the Sacramento Kings.
And that's all fair and it's all realistic. I know I'm not going to say I thought, it was going to happen because I didn't and I still don't. But I always looked at Draymond's situation as all he really needs is one or two teams to entice him or maybe even drive the price up to the point where it would be too much for Golden State to match.
And he might have those.
And that's what I always thought.
Who called was it yesterday or the day before?
It was the day before.
And mentioned crazy ass Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm telling you, when I heard that call and hours later, I heard Bill Simmons like, if they trade Bertans, they can make enough room to do it. Lo and behold, last night they trade Bertans.
What team's Zion Williamson on?
Pelicans.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just mentioned Bill Simmons. I just asking.
He was wrong about that. I didn't say Thursday.
I don't know anything.
I thought he was going to I still think he's going to be traded.
Still think Zion's going?
Well,
and now Scoot went number 3, so that probably made it more likely.
Still think Zion's going. But yeah, he said Thursday. Well, he said he heard Thursday. But I thought about the whole Draymond thing. I was like, if he could just get 1-2 more people to get in a sweepstakes, get in a bidding war, I think there's a chance he might go. I still put it at 80% that he was coming back to the Warriors, and I keep it there. But like you mentioned, I think he has people interested, and some maybe more than others, but he's got people interested. I think if he left, I think he would go to Dallas. I think Dallas would push hard at him and give him the money he's looking for. I think that would be the case. But when you talk about the Kings and Draymond being on the Kings, look, let's lay it all out on the line. Put the rat on the table, as Guru would say.
I don't know why he says that. That's so odd to me.
Draymond Green. Personally, the man, I don't know him. I've said a number of different times here. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that I would associate with, but a lot of people seem to like Draymond. So there's obviously a good man there in some form or fashion. I don't really, from what I see of him, he wouldn't be somebody I move with, but a lot of people like Draymond. So I'll take that into consideration. So I preference that, saying none of this is personal. I don't know the man. I don't have no issue with him. On the court, in his career, he's done a lot of great things. He's done a lot of great things. He's a high IQ guy. He has a high basketball IQ. He is a very good defender, a top flight defender, for sure. I don't take none of that away from him. He's a good passer, all that stuff. I don't take none of that away from him. Here's where we get in trouble. He's not what he was.
Mm-hmm.
He's not that no more.
Mm-hmm.
He's a defender that in spurts is really, really good, but it's in spurts now. It's not over the course of 48 minutes. It's not over the course of a 7-game series. He picks and chooses. I don't know. I'm not even saying he does it intentionally. I just think that's where he's at in his career. He can't be that every night. His offense has gotten worse and worse. And when you talk about him being on the Sacramento Kings, you can't, in my opinion, yeah, you need some defense. Yeah, you want to get better defensively. You can't have 3 of your 5 starters being non-shooters. That would totally blow up everything that you established last season. When I talk about that, I'm talking about Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be talking about Draymond.
Mm-hmm.
And while De'Aaron Fox has gotten better and is improving, I still wouldn't look at him as a knockdown 3-point shooter.
Okay.
He's not Sabonis or Draymond. I'm not saying he's in that category.
Yeah.
But he's not a knockdown 3-point shooter. He's a knockdown elite mid-range shooter.
Mm-hmm.
But when you talk about 3-point shooting, I wouldn't put him in a knockdown category. So now you're really just looking at Herter and Keegan as your shooters. And what does that do for De'Aaron Fox? Like how is he ever going to get to the basket
Mm-hmm.
with Draymond being the one camped out in the corner? It makes, much like you, I tried to think about what benefit would it bring to them on the basketball court, and I couldn't find one that was good enough to overcome what I just talked about. It would destroy the offense.
The number one thing we heard long before last night was Mike loves Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
That's not reason enough.
Mm-mm.
And as fun as it, I know, Windhurst always gets everybody's attention when he hypothesizes something, because you wonder, is he hypothesizing or does he know it?
Mm-hmm.
To me, we've got a week till free agency. We've got a week and a couple hours. It's fun to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fun to talk about Draymond Green. He's a championship player. He's a huge personality. And he's going to be he might be the first guy tweeted about on Friday. When everyone's got their tweets loaded in their draft folders, he might be the first one that goes out.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's ultimately going to go back out to the Golden State Warriors.
I agree.
But I won't rule anything out. But I still think it's Golden State.
I'll also say this about people who talk about.
I expect it to get really noisy around Draymond next week, by the way. I'll say that
I
too.
agree with you on that too. Anybody, and this isn't to disparage him. I still think he did a great job. He did a really good job defensively in that first round series against the Kings. I remember game 1 specifically.
Mm-hmm.
He did a hell of a job on Sabonis, and he did it throughout the rest of the series. So it's not to disparage him and what he brings to the table defensively. But everybody looks at Draymond when you talk about him with the Warriors and talks about what he brings on the defensive end, and he's the defensive anchor and all this other stuff. And that's he's a game changer. He literally changes everything on the defensive end. And if he came to Sacramento, that's the defense that they need. He changes everything on all this other stuff. Let's just go to the last 3 years. I'm going to do points per game allowed.
Mm-hmm.
2020, 2021, Golden State Warriors were 18th in the league in points per game allowed, averaging 112 a night. 21, 22, they were third, giving up only 105 points a night. Andrew Wiggins came into his own. But if you want to give that to Draymond, fine.
Mm-hmm.
This past season, the Golden State Warriors were 21st in the league in points per game. They gave up 117 points a night. So Draymond was on all of those teams. My point is, he's not enough to change what's going on defensively. And you can make the argument they have better defenders in Golden State, even this past season, and still weren't able to be a better defensive team than with Draymond there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a misnomer. I think it's in spurts, man. It's in spurts. It's not he's on your team, you're a good defensive team. Clearly, that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
2 of the last 3 seasons, they've been in the bottom half in at least points per game allowed. So that's, once again, that's not good enough. Saying that he's going to bolster your defense. Well, he's going to take them. He's going to take the Kings from 24th to 19th, 24th to 20th. Like, that's not to destroy your offense. That's not good enough, in my opinion.
Let's go to the phones here and get our man Daniel here. 916-909-1320. Daniel, what's going on, my brother?
Fellas, happy Friday.
Yes,
Happy
indeed.
Friday, my man.
Oh, thank God. Hey, dude, I've been a fan since, I've been a fan of the Kings since the day they got here from Kansas City. I can't think of a player that I wouldn't want to see on the Kings more than Draymond Green. I don't like his play. I don't like the way he acts. I don't like the way he complains. He's not fun to watch, regardless of who they're playing or where they're playing or when they're playing. I don't want to see him on the Kings at all. He's not fun to watch play. He complains way too much. I don't care that he would be our jerk here in Sacramento. I don't care. I don't care what he brings. I don't care about the rebounding. I don't care about the defense. I just don't want to see him here at all. I wonder how many other fans feel the same way.
No, I got you, Daniel. The truth is, there's probably a lot.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of people that feel exactly the way that you do. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation here. He's a polarizing personality, and I feel like he's loved in the Bay Area, and that's probably about it. I still want to be careful how I talk about him.
No,
like you said, like you said, and I don't think there's ever an athlete that we have attacked personally. But man, we really do get some jokes off on behalf of Draymond Green.
Yeah.
And I mean, some of them you just got to get these jokes off. Like, man, did like double stomped on Domantas Sabonis' chest. Like, come on, man. Like Draymond, come on, man. But I'll say here, we've always heard from Jason Jones, from other people we know around the league, Marcus Thompson, and others. Draymond's a good dude. Draymond's a really good dude. From a basketball perspective, it can get silly. And the stunt that he pulled at the Golden One Center during the playoffs is going to be tough. Every time I talk about Draymond Green, it's going to be tough to get that out of my mind, because that was an absurdity level in which I don't think we had seen in a really, really long time.
Right.
And he's got to be better than that. I also believe he's oblivious to that stuff at this point. I think part of Draymond Green is professional wrestling.
Yeah, for sure.
I think
he wants to be a star.
He's a sports entertainer.
He wants to be an entertainer. He wants to be a star. And our guy Drew
So if he got to jump off Domantas Sabonis' chest, that's what he's got to do.
And Drew Down and others talking about points per game is such an outdated stat. Defensive rating. Come on, G. How about what I saw? They got destroyed by the Lakers in 3 of those games in that series. And this is the problem that I have when everybody want to talk about he's such a game changer on the defensive end. It can't not be his fault when they get destroyed on the defensive end. And then when they play well, it's because of Draymond Green. Games 1, game 3, game 6. They got destroyed inside everywhere in that game. In game 6 against the Kings, they got destroyed. Games 1 and 2, he was not a factor. He was getting switched on to Fox. Fox had 38. So when it works, it can't be all because of Draymond if it's not all his fault when they get beat up. That's all I'm saying.
Let's come back. Bryant West is going to join us. We'll talk about the draft last night. We'll talk about this trade. We'll talk about some of these rumors. We'll talk about the players that the Sacramento Kings didn't pick. And we'll do that when we return here. On Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,100 of the newest slot machines in over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over. It's Sky River Casino.
Might go this weekend.
Oh, get it in, baby. Get it in. Dealing with KC here on ESPN 1320. Oh, it's got
just the thought of it has done numbers.
Jesse, the YouTube algorithm god.
And drew down. I didn't say the last 2 years. I said 2 of the last 3 years. I gave you points per games numbers for the last 3 years, and I mentioned they were third points per game the year they won a champ.
Bryant, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buds. How you doing?
What's up, big dog?
You just deciding to make my gut all tighten up every time you say his name.
And I think that's what makes this fun, to be honest with you, is it's not like you bring up Draymond Green and you don't have a reaction. Like you bring up Draymond Green and you instantly get a reaction.
Yeah. I will say I have for sure. Even I have so much Warriors family living in Santa Rosa around me, my cousins, my in-laws, and to a man, every single one of them said to me at some point in the playoffs, boy, I can't wait till he's not on the team next year. And then half of them were like, the Kings would want to sign him, right? I'm just sitting here like, we wouldn't want him. I don't want him for the same reason you don't want him.
It's certainly a really popular opinion, but really, it's just an opinion. Like,
yes, Mike Brown knows
that
it.
Never tipped his hand to anyone, so there's no way people are forming this opinion based on a restaurant conversation they had with Monty McNair. Like, no, it's all an idea. Oh, Mike Brown. Mike really likes Draymond. Oh, Draymond to Sacramento, and that's kind of where it all ends.
Yeah, it's the until Mike Brown says something, or until the Kings actually make contact with him, I'm just viewing this as the free agency equivalent of mocking Chris Murray to the Kings.
There you go. Yeah, good call. Yeah, good call. That's great stuff.
It was still pretty annoying to hop off the broadcast with Deuce and Mo last night, pour myself a nice tall glass of bourbon, swig half of it, and then see your tweet. And then see the entire Kings Herald Slack being like, oh no, what does Damian know? And I'm just sitting there like, I think he's joking.
Damian knows nothing.
But I'm too drunk to know.
It was really an inside. It was a joke for the people who were listening yesterday. And Dr. David in the group who dug up Bonte's old tweets, given that the Windhurst stuff was out at that point. So I'm gonna tweet something nice about Draymond Green. That way, when y'all dig up the tweets, right there at the top is this really nice tweet about Draymond Green.
Because all the Warriors fans are having to go back and delete their stuff about Chris Paul.
All right, we're back here. Our man, Bryant West, who's very, very busy last night over on the Deuce and Mo podcast. Happy to have Bryant West of the Kings Herald with us, telling a story about how he jumps off the podcast, pours a nice tall glass of bourbon. What type of bourbon, by the way?
Woodford.
Oh, very nice, very nice. And then spots my tweet about Draymond Green. Bryant actually texted me after that, like, "Hey, come clean, bruh. What's going on here?" I took for those who aren't in on the joke. Our friends at 95.7 had a really rough day yesterday. Our crew, the Chatty House, they had a rough morning too. They're having a rough couple days. They dug up tweets, videos, post-game shows, and I just wanted to make sure if Windhurst theory had any level of validity to it, and you searched my name with Draymond Green, the first thing you're going to get is this really nice tweet about him.
And I'm going to tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you right now, Draymond Green comes to the Sacramento Kings, and y'all start pulling up my old tweets. I'm gonna hit y'all with a Ramsey. I'm gonna be like, so
Yeah, exactly. I'd say it to his face.
At some point over the next 2 years, Kenny, myself, a friend of ours, and Draymond Green are going to have dinner together.
And I'd look forward to it. I'd tell, and not in a disrespectful way. I'd just be like, bro, I'm not gonna be fake with you. I'm gonna tell you what
We've
I've
talked
said,
crazy about
what
you,
I've
bro.
said. And if he's as real as people say he is, he'll be like, okay, and we'll talk about it. I'll be like, this is why I felt this way, and then he'll probably be like, this is why I think you're wrong or unfair, and I'll sit there and listen to him. If he's as real as everybody says he is, we can have that conversation.
Yeah,
You know,
I'll totally give. Go ahead.
I don't think he cares.
Yeah,
like, I think he's
exactly
used to this. Like, he gets it. Like, if Brian, we just said it, there's a certain level of a pro wrestling character to Draymond Green. And like, when you're a character, you have to be prepared for, one city loving that character and 29 other cities looking at you sideways. So I'm sure anything we've said about that character wouldn't faze him whatsoever.
No.
Yeah, for sure. And at the end of the day, the only two people whose opinions on this matter are Mike Brown and Monty McNair.
Yeah. And I think we know how Mike Brown feels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we know how Monty McNair feels.
And even though we have an idea of how Mike Brown feels, we don't know how far that goes, right? Like, he can love Draymond and be like, it's not a good fit.
He really loved him in Golden State.
Right.
It's
Like,
a very
Draymond.
nice uniform for you to be wearing.
I don't have the same setup. It doesn't work for me, but I love you, big dog. Go get another.
Yeah, that's 4K. We're HD over here. We're not ready for that. We're making the conversion to 4K. You stay over there.
But and real quick, we'll get to everything. But this report that I just saw, this may be all Draymond and the people around him is looking for. Former NBA executive believe Warriors are, quote, sweating at the idea of Draymond joining the Kings. So all you need is somebody to put something out there to drive up that price, baby.
Yeah,
it could be, but I'll also say this: there's going to be more names involved than just the Kings.
Oh, for sure.
We might not get those tonight. You might get those next week, but it's not going to be the Kings or the Warriors coming into Friday. You're going to hear some probably intriguing names, ones that actually might work.
Yeah, but you're hearing the Kings name a couple hours after they just traded the number 24 pick to get Richaun Holmes' contract off the books so that they had cap space.
Yeah.
So wherever this is coming from, that's part of it.
You guys know what I say, and I feel the same way about this. Even after they didn't broke the streak, Kings are relevant. Kings low key moved the needle. People don't like to hear that. My guy Bonte don't like to hear that.
He don't like that at all.
But the Kings, it used to be for all the wrong reasons, but they were relevant. They moved the needle. Now they're the hotness, and everybody's looking like one of the storylines for this offseason is going to be, can the Kings get that one piece to take them to the next level? Everybody thinks they're like a piece away from going to the next level. Whether that's true or not, that's what everybody who thinks they're in the know feels, and they're going to be looking for that next piece. Kings are relevant. They move the needle right now, baby.
Yeah, the Kings Herald Slack was talking this morning. This is the first year that anybody can remember where the Kings have both the respect of the league and the players out there and cap space to do something with it. So that means something.
Draymond Green's IG story shows a quote from Stephen A. Smith. I think Draymond Green is easily worth another $100 million.
Retweet that, Draymond. Hey, I'm not mad at Draymond. He's playing the game right now, man, and he's doing an excellent job. And I will salute him on that. He about to
that
finesse,
man really might get
he about to finesse him way to another $100 million. I can't hate on that at all.
Yeah, if he didn't think he was worth that, he wouldn't get it. He'd never go get it.
What do you think about the players the Kings passed on last night by making this deal with Dallas?
Yeah, it's hard for me to sit here and complain too much about them not drafting, any one player or any couple of players until I see how they use the cap space. But clearly there were some guys I really would have loved to see them snag at 24. Leonard Miller was my favorite prospect still on the clock. I thought he was a lottery level talent. Clearly GMs disagreed with me on that, but I think in a year or so, he could have been an excellent fit playing next to Domantas Sabonis as, that more rangy, versatile defensive presence, good rebounder, promising ball handler for his size, was one of the better players in the G League last year. And, going to Minnesota in the second round, I think that's going to be a great test case to see how he develops next to Karl Anthony Towns, because a lot of what I think they're going to ask him to do is a role that, I would have hoped that the Kings would have asked him to do here. Bryce Sensabaugh, we talked about him last week. He would have been my other pick here. Exceptional shot-making prospect, incredible efficiencies all season long for Ohio State. I expect that he fell in the draft for a reason. Maybe the medical evaluations on his knee weren't good. But if he stays healthy, he's just going to be great for Utah. It's hard for me to look at a scorer that talented and understand why he lasted that long. At the end of the day, though, the Kings got a guy who I had a first-round grade on in Colby Jones, and they cleared almost $13 million of contract off the books in the process. So it really just, to me, comes down to what they do with that salary space.
One guy that I'm not going to say it as if the Kings passed on him. I was just kind of hoping he'd be around at 38, and he just came off the board, was Andre Jackson Jr. out of UConn. I was kind of intrigued by him as the draft went along and some other things that I had read, and I was like, man, I wonder if he's available at 38 with the Kings get him. He ended up going, I think, at 35 or 36 or something. Couple
after the Kings got Colby.
That's right. They traded. That's right. That's what it was. So, I wondered if he was somebody that might have been on Monty's radar, but we got Colby, so maybe he feels he's got a better version of that type of guy.
Yeah, Andre would have been a great role player here, but honestly, I mean, Colby Jones in the Kings range, I think he was the most versatile two-way, high instinct fit that they could have added to this roster. Very much a Monty McNair in this front office's kind of player. 6'6" in shoes, 6'8" wingspan, great stats across the board: 15 points. 4.5 assists, 5.5 rebounds, 50% shooting, 38% from deep. Like, Xavier was a good team last year, and they were especially dangerous in the half-court offense. And Jones was the biggest reason for that. He initiated the offense as much as anybody. He reads the floor really well, throws the smart and simple passes and highlight cross-court reads, plays on and off the ball without issue. Made big improvements as a shooter. I think you can always just trust him to make the right play on offense, and on defense. Like, he's gonna be a lot of fun to watch for Sacramento. Really help that bench unit's defensive intensity. Strong and quick enough to guard up and down lineups. Plays physical. Averaged 1.4 steals across his entire career. I just love them adding him. I would have understood if he'd been the pick at 24, but instead they got him at 34. So that was pretty cool to see.
Two things stand out to me when reading about Colby Jones before the draft and of course following the selection last night at 34 for Sacramento. High IQ guy, and he's 21.
Listen, that's Monty.
At some point, we just have to acknowledge that Monty McNair has a type.
Monty ain't never gonna see nobody under 20.
Monty McNair has eyes for a certain type of player.
For sure.
Colby Jones seems to fit that mold beautifully. Anything else stand out about this? We didn't mention this at the top of the show. It's obviously not final. We could deal with this next week and in the days to follow. I did think of something as the draft wound down after this selection. Curious, both of your thoughts. Did we lose Terrence Davis last night?
I think so. I mean, there's never a bad thing about having as many shooting wings as you have, but I don't necessarily know that Colby Jones is going to come in and be that, what was Terrence Davis on the roster, 8th, 9th guy, but he absolutely could. And to me, I think he's a better playmaker, probably not quite as explosive a shooter, but a really good catch and shoot guy. I love his defensive effort. I think he's about the same size as Terrence Davis. So redundancy is never a bad thing to have at that position and skill set. But to me, this kind of signals that direction.
Yeah, it quite possibly could be the case. And even if they brought back TD, it would be probably in that same role of like not playing for 5-6 games and then ask you to get out there and make sure you do everything perfect, or else you're out in 2 minutes or something like that. And I'm not sure even if, it's an offer that he may not be getting anywhere else, I'm not sure he wants to sign up for that again. Like if he got 2 offers from the Kings and 1 from the Rockets, he might just take the Rockets because he'd be able to play a little bit more and do his thing, even though it's not as good of a team. Not to say that winning doesn't matter to him. That's a tough situation, like not knowing when you're going to play, sitting for 6-7 straight games and then asked to go out there and perform. It's a tough situation. A little more consistency with the playing time is probably what he's looking for.
I think Monty called him one of the best two-way player in the draft.
Yeah, he did.
Did he? Wow.
Yeah.
That's high praise.
You agree with the executive of the year on that one, Brian? Did he strike you during your the evaluation process? Because again, this was a player that we thought might be a little higher on in the draft than where he wound up going. Did being a two-way player really stand out to you?
Being a two-way player absolutely stands out in this game. I think calling anybody but Wembanyama the best two-way player in the draft is a bit of hyperbole, but
maybe he forgot. Like, because
maybe
he
forgot.
I'm gonna guess Monty didn't evaluate Victor Wembanyama. Maybe he forgot that he was a part of this draft.
Yeah. Come December last year, he was like, "Well, okay, I guess we're probably not going to be here right now."
Right, thankfully.
Yeah, his two-way effort, his two-way intensity. He's just such a smart dude, and was that Xavier team was stacked. Especially on the offensive end. I think they had like 4 players who scored 14 points or more, and he just flowed seamlessly from being a primary initiator to the catch and shoot guy to just swapping over and guarding anyone from point of attack to bigger wings. So definitely love his two-way focus. This is the kind of role player that you would want to see a team if they're not going to swing for the fences on some, 18-year-old high range prospect. This is the kind of guy that we should have always expected Monte McNair to go for.
Yeah. And I can't, like I said, I can't wait to see what he's able to do out here. You got any thoughts on our man Slauson Ave out of Fordham? What you think about that pickup?
Jalen Slauson, 5th-year senior.
Yeah. Another one, I guess, if you just looked at the numbers and the age range, you should have probably realized Monte McNair and his staff would go for, smart, versatile, experienced player. I'll be fully honest. I think the only Furman basketball I've seen in the last few years was when they beat Virginia in the tournament. So I'm not the expert on Jalen Slauson. I watched some tape this morning, went back and rewatched that Virginia game. And, I can see why some smart fans out there were really excited about him. Shout out to Jill Edge and, a bunch of Kings Twitter fans. They've been all in on him for a while. He looks like he's got good size, length, vertical pop to play both forward spots. Maybe a tad undersized at the NBA level, but big wingspan and strength. His reactions on defense, again, just in the tape I've watched, it's impressive. And seeing a guy average more than 3 combined steals and blocks over 2 straight seasons, that's amazing. I don't care what conference he's doing it in. He just looks like a guy who's going to fight on both ends to make the most out of his opportunities. His stat line was really cool. Nice to see him shoot nearly 40% from deep on real volume this year. Fingers crossed that was a real indication of his shooting ability going forward, because, first 4 years he was out for a minute, wasn't that consistent. But I'm excited to see how this summer league team goes between Slauson and Colby. I think you're going to have 2 guys who can clearly do a lot of stuff, make smart decisions on both ends of the court. This Kings team might be a ton of fun to watch.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC along with our man Bryant West of the Kings Herald here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope if you're watching, you'll hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe buttons as well. We're here Monday through Friday, 12 to 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We think you'll enjoy the show if it's your first time here. Bryant, they've got some cap money. We've been using the line that the Sacramento Kings drafted some cap space yesterday. Who's at the top of your list?
You know, I've been thinking about it this morning. I'd love to find a way to go out there and use that cap space to go get both Naz Reid and Josh Hart. Like, those would be the two guys I'd go give a call. Like, both of them, I think they'd fit this Kings team really need, and you'd never have to worry about rebounding again with those two.
Josh opted out of 18. Is that too high? 18? Okay.
If the Kings are going to offer him more than that, they'll probably have to offer him more than that. So it's definitely complicated. I have no idea what Naz Reid expects to get on the open market, but I think right there's an opportunity to get two guys that really fit the Kings' needs, help them on the defensive end. Naz Reid would be a great fit next to Sabonis, can space the floor a little bit, plays with that rugged dog energy, just make it hard for everybody else out there. But if they go out there, sign Kyle Kuzma, maybe get involved in the Jeremy Grant conversation. Hell, maybe they go call Brook Lopez and they say, hey, we know you're nearing the end of your career, but hey, just come be the perfect center next to Sabonis. Kings have options now. Kings have options in free agency and actual, respect to the league first time in forever. So I'm going to really hold my reservations on this draft until we see what Monty McNair does with that cap space. But I know you said it. I know Deuce and Mo said it last night. I just struggled to think that the Kings would have made this deal without knowing, okay, here's our plans for how we're going to use that cap space.
Yeah, I agree that Richaun Holmes salary and contract was I'm not talking about the player. That was an asset. You know what I mean? And that's something that you hold on to until I'm going to use it for something specific, not just to create random cap space. So I think they got something cooking, whether it's free agency or being able to absorb contract or anything like that. They got something cooking after that.
Yeah. And you guys were praising Richaun Holmes earlier. I just want to reiterate all of that. I hope he excels in Dallas. I think he really can. They took Derek Lively at 12 yesterday, and I was kind of scratching my head, not in terms of the fit, because Lord knows they need a defensive center. But to me, that's a team that's so desperate to get back to the playoffs that to take probably the rawest prospect in that range, like Derek Lively played 20 minutes a game last year for Duke. Then going and getting Richaun Holmes, like Holmes could be a real factor for them next year. So fingers crossed that happens for him, because I think he deserves it. I would love to see him excel again out of Sacramento.
Yeah, certainly. We said earlier, just a bright spot during a time for Sacramento that didn't have many. And then he got, stuck in that weird transition and just never got his feet under him again.
He's definitely a standing ovation guy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Definitely
Absolutely. No one's got beef with Richaun Holmes. Absolutely no one's got beef with the Richaun Holmes. Brian, great stuff as always, man. We love talking to you, period. We really love talking to you around this time of year. You had a long night last night doing the pod, so we thank you for jumping on and spending some time with us.
Of course, guys. Anytime. Best radio show in Sacramento.
My man, love, appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. That's a man, Bryant West, over there at the Kings Herald. Make sure you are following all of his terrific work over there on that website. We talked. Naz Reid is fascinating. I have no pulse whatsoever. Absolutely none on what a market for Naz Reid would be like.
I haven't heard his name outside of the Chatty House.
I've heard it. I've heard it tied to Minnesota.
I haven't, and I'm just saying, like, when people on shows and podcasts talk about, like, and it's not that he's not good, or he's obviously really good, and I think people are anticipating making offers for Naz Reid. It just seems like nobody knows what those offers are going to be.
Yeah.
And who's going to make them.
Yeah. I mean, he's not above mid-level, right? I don't know. I don't know. I have no, when I say I have no clue. Yeah. Absolutely none, but he's certainly intriguing. The fit is definitely there. We talked earlier this week, I think, about kind of that Harrison Barnes position. Right now, the day after the draft, I'm still leaning towards Harrison being a part of everything. But I'm like not like Michael Jackson Smooth Criminal lean, where it's like, whoa, just like slight lean.
You okay?
Yeah, just
you okay?
Just a slight lean. Like a shoulder lean, more like that.
A little young Dro.
Like
lean.
That.
I'm lean in this.
Shout out Young Thug. That new album came out today, and it is
Thugger.
It is fire.
I've always been a big Young Thug
It is
fan.
fire.
This music.
Listen to that beginning at 4:00. That's heat. But we talked about Barnes, Kelly Oubre, Kyle Kuzma. And kind of lumped them like, hey, if it's 3 for $60 for Harrison, that's the going market. And it might be the market for Harrison. I'd be stunned if it was any higher with Sacramento or around the league. Maybe that's a smidge on the high side for Kelly Oubre, but it's in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Are we lowballing Kyle Kuzma?
Kuz think he getting 30 mil.
Does the league think Kuz is getting 30 mil?
I don't think so. I think Kuzma might get 20. This is a really wide range with 20 to 25.
Well, that's not a wide range. That's in the vicinity of what. If you had gone 25 plus, then we were off. We're lowballing.
Yeah, I can't see him getting 25. That's a lot of money. But
does Kyle Kuzma make you a championship contender?
Yes.
Sacramento does.
This team.
Then how do
not because of, you know what I mean? It's not like he's this.
What he does around the league doesn't matter,
right?
Is he a piece that makes you a championship contender on Sacramento?
Yeah, I think he does.
25 might be low.
If
you believe that, like, and I'll say you, Kenny Caraway, the general manager of the Sacramento Kings.
That's what it should be. At least I should be working with Monty and West.
If you believe that, then you have to make sure your offer is better than anyone else's. You have to be willing to outbid anybody. I guess that's probably not the right term, but I wonder if Kuz is approaching a 25, 6, 7, 8, $9 million mark.
And I would ask anybody who says Kyle Kuzma, like they disagree that Kyle Kuzma makes you a championship contender. Who does? Who does make you a championship contender? Realistically. I know a lot of people said OG. I'll put it to you like this. It doesn't take a whole lot for me to think that this team is a championship contender. I think the way the West is right now, I think they're pretty close.
I agree.
I completely agree. So it's not like you're Minnesota and you add Kuz and I'm saying that makes you a championship contender. No, you're a lot closer than that. You need a little tweaking here and there. And I think you can say, hey, you can contend for a championship. Then Kuz does that.
Okay. What about Jeremy Grant?
Jeremy Grant does that.
Jeremy Grant, we've never brought Jeremy Grant's name up before, mainly because, at least from my perspective, I thought of all of these guys we named, he's the most expensive. And now
you just got a new endorsement.
Well, now, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Speaking
is that the move? Is Jeremy Grant?
That would be a great move. That would be a fantastic move.
Jeremy Grant on the Kings, closer to a title than Jeremy Grant on the Blazers.
Absolutely. I
agree.
And Jeremy Grant gets you closer to a title than Kyle Kuzma does, in my opinion.
Okay.
Jeremy Grant, he's better. He's better. We could talk about it.
2-year age difference, 27 and 29. I
Sounds
think.
about right.
All right, we'll talk more about this.
When we come back, I want to talk about the Blazers.
Okay.
Because this is kind of looking like a mess.
I'll also tell you that Christina Warner was screaming at us in her car.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you when D'Lo and Casey return here. Brought to you by Sky River Casino
Christina
on ESPN 1320.
Dro, I'm lean in this. I'm about to show the lean in this. Boss.
We're happy you guys are here. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button, man.
Yeah, what's going on with y'all, man? How y'all doing today? Friday.
How many of y'all, just genuinely curious, were at lunch and then like just tapped in like 10, 15 minutes ago? I noticed something in it, and it just made me curious. How many of you are at like your home office or your like office or at work in some way, shape, or form? I'm always fascinated by that.
It don't make no sense. Got me dripping in fun. You know it, you know it. Rachel in the house. What's going on, little homie? And I do mean little homie. I think Rachel might be 5'1".
Rachel, your girl?
Yeah, that's one of the basketball moms that always shows love. Man.
Oh, love it. Love it.
I'll be back at basketball practice tonight. It's been a while. Can't wait.
You're a busy dude.
Yeah, man. State playoffs this weekend as well. Promotion celebrations. It's just crazy. 5, 2, and 3/4. I'm gonna have to check the Carfax on that one.
Got that 3/4 in there though.
Did
Bryce
you see that?
Just tapped in a minute.
When I tweeted out about how women see height. Did you see that?
The Stephen A. meme. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny.
That cracked me up, man.
Oh, shout out to everybody who just tapped. Oh man, Ryan got the office. All right, Ryan. Gilbert got the home office. Good stuff. Home. Chris is on the road. David Jackson were your coworkers. Good stuff. I like that.
They're building a whole new state state workers complex over on the other side of downtown.
Man, Raul working at the office. All right,
is anybody's department going over there to that new complex whenever it's done?
Stephen Brown at work from home, office. All right. We appreciate y'all. Thank you.
D'Lo said that, and I would probably co-sign it because I like Young Thug's music. So
yeah, it's hot.
Whatever he puts out there, I'll probably like.
Yeah, I thought it was strong. I thought the features were really good.
Thugger.
Yeah, I only got like three records left. I mean, I've loved everything I've listened to so far.
I think I really got
I've liked everything I've listened to. It's good.
I tapped in with Thug since probably the Barter 6. I mean, Lifestyle, that's me and Jasmine's. It's on our list of songs that we'll always love forever.
Oh, thanks, Neil. Good to know you're.
Okay, sir.
Well. That's funny. That's probably pretty accurate. Oh, let's go, Miss Fox. Let's go.
It's crazy in Texas right now. At least it was earlier in this week. You see that 122s?
Yeah, that's insane.
It's crazy.
Insane.
We got that on the horizon though. I saw the 10-day.
Oh, yeah. I was like, you going to Houston? Oh yeah, I saw that.
I saw it on the 10-day.
Oh, Yeah, buddy, that California Classic gonna be hot.
Yeah, that's the way I like it.
It's 100 next Friday, 103 Saturday.
Yeah,
100 on Sunday.
What's that Monday looking like? Is it there yet?
I ain't even got to Monday. There is a 21-degree difference between right now and next Sunday.
Bro, last night I was cold outside at that baseball game. The wind was whipping around. It was probably like mid-70s with the wind. I was chilly. I had a crew neck on, thankfully, because I forgot my shirt. If I would have been out there with my regular shirt that I was supposed to have on, I would have been freezing. They took BB home. BB was cold.
Well, BB thought I was coming. She was like, get me out of here. That weird man you let hold me a few days ago here. Well, shout out to everybody who's watching and listening. We just did a quick survey. Who's listening at home? Who's listening in the work office? And Miss Fox tapped in. She said, "I'm listening in Houston by the pool. It's 100 degrees out here." Well, that's coming our way here real soon.
Yeah.
Let's get to these phone lines and hear from you. I know you've got a couple of things you wanted to talk about regarding the Portland Trailblazers. We'll get to that. We got Kyle Madson set to join us 1 hour from now. James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. You don't want to miss that.
Real quick before we get to the phone lines, Rob W. reminded me. Y'all, first of all, y'all need to stop doing this. This man's going to be in the league a long time. Y'all need to stop doing this. But did you see Fat Joe?
Yep. I did. What'd he say?
I don't know. I just asked.
No, not everybody saw it. Not everybody saw it. What'd he say?
I didn't see it. So you gotta say it. You gotta say it so I can know.
I can't remember.
I don't. Well, you got to look at it on the break. Look, go through your Twitter. You'll find it.
Kenny, what did he say? I want to know, Kenny.
I don't know why you can't tell us what Fat Joe said. I don't understand. Like, Kenny's just laughing and he won't tell us why.
We got a dumb button, Kenny. It's fine.
No, I don't even know. I misheard. I don't even know.
Bro, you bring something up and did you hear what Fat Joe said? Tell everybody what he said. Look, the Chatty House is dying to know. What did he say?
Hey, man, y'all, every Chatty House, they found us on Twitter, man. Just go on your Twitter, man.
We're not going to these callers until you say it.
Wow. Unbelievable.
We can play the clip. I mean, if y'all want to do that, you're not going to hear me say it.
Just a disservice to our audience, man. I don't know why Kenny hates you guys. I love you. I'm thankful for each and every one of you, but Kenny just floats this. Did you see what Fat Joe said? Everyone says no, and he won't tell us.
Hey, man, we got to stop this with my man Grady's career, man. He's going to be in the league for a long time, man. We just need to enjoy his career. He's a good ball player. It's just watch him play basketball, man.
Well, no, I think what it is some of y'all need to stop acting like children. I think that's what this ultimately boils down to, is you guys need to stop acting like children.
What'd he say then? What'd he say?
Well, I'm
you tell the people what he said.
Well, I'm not going to. I'm gonna let Fat Joe do it.
What player do you like most that's been drafted tonight? Anybody stand out of your mind? Is it Wembanyama?
I tell you the truth. I can't go against Wembanyama. He is what he is.
Right.
But I tell you, I like Dick.
What player do you like most that's been drafted tonight?
That's Fat Joe. Fat Joe. Come on, man.
Hey, man. Say his whole name, bro. Say his whole
Why did he say it like that?
Anybody stand out of your mind? Is it Wembanyama?
I tell you the truth. I can't go against Wembanyama. He is what he is.
Right.
But I tell you, I like Dick.
What player?
Man, y'all grow up. All of you. Stephen A., all of you. Grow up.
Just say the man's name,
Oh,
bro. Say this
man.
whole name.
I don't know.
Hey, man, I'm telling you right now, we ain't doing this for Grady's whole career, man. We're not doing this.
You
want to
bet?
Career. No, we're not doing this.
And that boy, that man had the biggest night of his life.
Grady can play, man. He a good ball player. I'm expecting 10, 12 years in the league. We're not going to do this his whole career, man. We're not. I'm not.
Oh man. All right. Let's go to the phones. Goodness gracious. Who's on the phone? Let's go, Bruce. Bruce, 916-909-1320.
Bruce.
What's going on, Bruce?
How are you guys doing today?
Oh,
Good. Our guy Bruce.
Of course, it's our guy Bruce. Sorry.
Yeah, come on.
Sorry about that, Bruce.
Yeah,
What's on your mind, man?
I have another trade for you.
Okay.
What you got, big dog?
What do you think about putting a package together to get Cat, with including Herder, Barnes, and a couple?
Wait, you said Fox?
No, I said Cat.
Oh.
You
want to trade Fox?
You said Herder, Barnes, and
Couple picks.
a couple picks.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, he said Barnes, not Fox.
Yeah, he said Barnes. We appreciate you, Bruce. Just tell your parents I'm sorry. We have to stop doing this. We've got to clean this up. We've got to do better. How was Bruce the first call after that? How was Bruce the first call after Fat Joe?
Bro, he called like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, man,
I'm grounding this show.
We're butting everything up around here, man.
This show is
we're butting everything up.
I'm not gonna do nothing anymore. I'm PG. I'm saying nothing but nice things about Draymond Green moving forward. So Bruce,
what was that? What was straight edge? That's what we are. We're straight.
We're straight edge. And drink Pepsi. Do the little thing that Punk did when he got in the ring. Herder, Barnes, and picks. So the flaws with that, Bruce, is you'd have to get Harrison to agree to that because Harrison's a free agent. Yeah. So I think maybe the gist more of what Bruce was asking is I'll reframe what Bruce asked a little bit. How do you feel about Karl Anthony Towns?
I'd take Karl Anthony Towns. Now, Karl Anthony Towns,
by any means necessary?
No, I wouldn't say by any means.
Now, obviously that doesn't include Fox, Sabonis, but I mean, would you?
Not Keegan.
Okay, no Keegan.
Well, I don't know.
Wow, tweet KC hates Keegan Murray.
No, man, Uncle Keegs is my boy.
Yeah. Can Karl Anthony Town watch babies? How's Karl Anthony Town do with Rain?
That's a good question.
I feel like you have to run this by De'Aaron and Mercedes.
Did you see Rain on Father's Day? That was the most adorable picture when Fox is holding him and he's got a scowl on his face.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it was part of the collage. Yeah.
That was adorable. He had that scowl on his face just like he had when Keegan was holding him. But yeah, man. Cat. See, so here's the thing. When people talk about Draymond and the two bigs and all this other stuff, one of the things with Draymond is he's just a negative offensively, as far as like shooting and stuff like that. He's, he passes and orchestrates and all that other stuff, but you got Sabonis. You don't necessarily need that. He's a negative offensively. Cat is like the perfect stretch 5, stretch 4, whatever you want to call him, to go with Sabonis. Like you can keep the floor spaced with Cat in the corner, top of the key, whatever, and they're gonna have to respect that. Or he'll go to work on you. He'll be the new age Sam Perkins out here. Just go to work on you. So I would be intrigued with Cat, the player, here in Sacramento specifically. Remember, a lot of the times when I think about these things, I may like the player, but I may not like the fit. That's what I talk about with Chris Paul, in Golden State. That's what I talk about with Bradley Beal in Phoenix. Ayton, when I try to think about getting him here, I like the player, but the fit don't work. I feel like the fit would work with Cat.
Okay. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that. Like, he could shoot. There's a lot that he could do for Sacramento. Let's get Mitch in here.
Real quick, though. Here, Cole says, Kenny wouldn't include Keegan in the deal for OG, but he consider it for Cat. Y'all like tripping. Like, OG is not better than Karl Anthony Towns.
I don't think so either.
And
I like OG.
Yeah, OG is a great ball player.
Yeah, Cat's an entirely different type of player.
Yeah, what you talking about, Cool? Come on, baby.
Yeah, that's off. Yeah. That's off. Still don't want to trade Keegan Murray, but
I don't think I do it either. Keegan really fits with what they got going on here. Yeah. Really, really fits.
You also have a problem if you trade him. Like you probably like catch your 4.
Catch your 4, then you have to find your 3. You'd have to find your 3. Maybe you
can move Kevin Herter down. Like you've created
part of the trade. That Bruce
right. Kevin, well, yeah, I don't like this. I'm out. Bruce, Bruce,
Colby,
I'm out. I don't like
Colby
this.
Colby and Kessler. That would be
starting.
That's what you have.
That doesn't feel like a better basketball team to me. No offense. I haven't seen Colby play professional basketball.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that's where you would probably have to go.
I don't like this.
I don't know if you'd be able to sign a 3.
I'm out.
Okay.
I'm out.
Let me out, though.
I'm out. You in?
No.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, Bruce. We're out on this one.
We like the player.
Yeah.
We can't find.
I can't find a way to make it work.
Yeah.
And partly because of what happened last night. It's a big reason why. Like you need something to make the money work. And Richaun was a piece that could make the money work that someone could. And I think that he's probably not going to opt out of it, or at least I wouldn't if I were him. He has a player option next year, but you have to assume Dallas took this knowing you've got 2 years of Richaun Holmes coming up.
Yep.
And $25 million or so. Let's get Mitch in here. 916-909-1320. Mitch, talk to me.
Damon, Casey, hope you guys are well.
Yeah, man. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Ready for the weekend?
I'm all right. Little surgery on Monday, so after tomorrow I have to starve and fast. You know what I mean? Well, this is for people over 50. I'm 61.
Hey, man, fast recovery, man. Fast recovery, man. I know you're going to be just fine, but, fast recovery, big dog.
Yeah. I'll be back. I'll be back, as the great Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger said years ago.
Well,
I wouldn't. You clearly didn't live in California during that era, so I'm not sure this state has recovered from the great Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger yet. So, but please go ahead.
Compare what we've had lately. I think he'd be gold compared, and the future doesn't look too bright either. But I want to stay with sports, so
too late.
Thing, but I'll say that then a white man can't jump with your San Francisco Giants. First of all, now that they free up some money, I hope they go get Kuzma and D'Anthony Melton. I think he's a free agent from the Sixers. He can be a good rotation guy. He's a hybrid guard. That'd be great. Sign.
I don't think he's a free
Sabonis.
agent. He just signed, didn't he? He just signed. Maybe he is a free agent. I don't know. I like him. I like Anthony Melton, though.
And I tell you, I was ticked off the 2 guys that went to the Kings to grab.
Mm-hmm.
Keegan's brother
Mm-hmm.
and the UCLA guy, Hammond's Jackets. I screwed up again. But anyway, my Dodgers will be passing your Giants. It'd be like the Marcus Johnson says to Wesley Snipes in the movie White Wing Can't Jump. I'll be dropping you off the 5th floor. That's how it's going to roll, brother, for the rest of the summer. Get used to it, all right? You had your championship. Squeeze enough. Take
care.
All right, man.
Hey, what do you call Jaime? What do you call Jaime Yaquez? What do you call him?
I don't know what to do right now. I just wanted to be a radio show host when I was little. I don't know what just happened.
Oh,
I love Mitch. I don't.
I'm Heath Jacket.
I don't know. Let's get TC in here.
Oh man, this is a hell of a show.
Oh,
man.
You ain't lying. Good God Almighty, TC. Talk to me.
What's my 2 brothers?
Man.
What up, TC?
Just chilling. First of all, hey, I love what Monty did, man. He freed up a lot of money last night. But we got about 45 to 50 mil.
I don't know if we got that many, do we? It's like 34.5, I think I saw. Yeah,
I think that's it.
That's still a lot though, TC. It's like the 4th most in the league right now.
For sure. So I'm with that, and this on 2 things. I think I don't know what's going to be the splash, but I believe the splash is going to be giving Domas the bag, signing him, and it's either going to be out of Jeremy Grant or Kuzma, but it's not going to be for the 30 all talk, like the whole 30 everybody thinking about. I think it ain't going to be no more than like 23 mil a year. I think that's comfortable
for Kuz.
For Kuz or Jeremy Grant.
Oh, I think you're wrong about Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, I think Jeremy.
Yeah,
if he makes it known that he's available, I think he might get a little more than 23.
Yeah, I think he might get comfortably more than 23.
Okay, so you think he gets more than 20? Once again, though, the people that have cap space, they're not outside the Kings.
Yeah,
they're not contenders.
No, I got you.
So Houston could offer him $30 million. Does he want to do that, or would he take 24 to go to the Kings?
Well, for me with Jeremy Grant, my whole thing is I think he's just going to stay in Portland.
Well, that reminds me.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I really have no idea what Portland is doing. You know, something dawned on me a little bit last night when I was like thinking about this whole Portland situation. And it was like, even they say, hey, you know, we're not in a rush to move anybody. You know, we'll draft Scoot and we'll keep Dame Lillard. Like we'll build with them. I was like, okay, what is that backcourt looking like? What the hell is going on there?
Mm-hmm.
They got Dame, Anthony, Scoot, and Shaden.
So, yeah.
Like, they need to stop playing. Like, what are you doing here?
Okay. Captain Aggressive here. I'll tell you, maybe the story's got to play out a little bit. I think Anthony Simons is the one they're looking to move. But I don't know, like I don't know if they're looking to move him alone. I don't know what they're looking at. But
Anthony alone ain't gonna get you a whole lot.
I don't think it is either.
And then if you try to like package him with Nurkic, like the money works, but what you get in return?
I also think the rest of the league is looking around like there's nothing we want that badly there.
Mm-hmm.
We could help out our friends in Miami, our friends in such and such. No, we don't want to do that. You're pretty much you could force Portland into the one deal that they can make. Well, I guess it's two. I guess there's two deals they can make. One of them is the Dame Lillard deal, and the other one is now with a name attached to it. It's the Scoot Henderson deal.
Yeah, and that's essentially what. This is why I don't think the Zion stuff changes too much, because that's the name people wanted anyway.
Scoot, right. Absolutely.
So
absolutely,
it's not like they wanted 3 for a bunch of different options. They wanted 3 to get Scoot. Now you're dealing with the team that has Scoot.
There's probably more to this that has to play out. Or if it doesn't, Portland's going to fail. And guess what?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm okay with that. I think the GM came out today. Now, once again, he's talking, posturing, all this
what
other
he's
stuff.
Supposed to do.
But what he say? They have no interest in trading Dame Lillard. Okay, all right.
I mean, that's what I think that's the right way to approach this. I mean, that's what I mean. Mike Dunleavy doesn't have any interest in trading Jordan Poole. He's looking forward to having Jordan Poole for 4 years.
Jeez.
So
these guys be saying whatever.
I
ain't mad at him. That's part of the game.
It's part of the game.
Part of the game.
Like that's.
I wouldn't expect you to be truthful with me all the time if you're Monty McNair, Mike Dunleavy, all these guys. You gotta do what you gotta do.
I can't get Draymond's IG story out of my head with the Stephen A quote, because what I didn't say earlier, like the quote from Stephen A, you know, it was the ESPN graphic. Draymond's easily worth $100 million, another $100 million. What I didn't tell you was that Draymond added his own caption to the story. Emphasis on the easy. Is there any chance whatsoever the Warriors are going to pay Draymond Green $120 million on Friday?
Ooh, $120 million. I don't see that.
Because you can make you have the ability to do it.
Yeah.
Be the tax team. No,
so
you're just upping it to 40 instead of 30.
So you go.
You can't add another. You can't add another year to me.
Wow. Yeah. See, I don't know if they do 3 for 120.
You go 3 for 120. Unless they already have a decision on Clay, because I don't believe, even if Draymond is listening to other offers, I believe Draymond knows what the other offers are. So, man, he put that out there. I feel like he might go north of 100. I started at 90. Now I'm north of 100. Now I'm flirting with 120. I'm by Friday at 2:59. I'm going to have convinced myself we're going to announce a 3-year, $300 million contract for Draymond Green.
Biggest contract in the history of the league.
He's going to get like a Messi deal where it's like 3 years of, $1 billion.
Oh man, got me tripping off finesse. It don't make no sense.
Why do you
more
think,
power to him though, man?
Why do you think those reports were out there yesterday or really over the last couple of days about Charlotte with Brandon Miller.
Yeah.
And Scoot Henderson.
That thing traded it flipped like 2 or 3 times yesterday. The odds and everything. I don't know, because it doesn't really feel like Charlotte ever genuinely looked at taking Scoot Henderson. I mean, I think they did their due diligence, but I always thought Brandon Miller was their guy. And I don't know why those reports came out or things flipped or anything like that.
So I agree with you.
Like, I don't think they were playing any games or nothing like that. Like, I don't know why that happened.
And Jesse just noted that Woj kind of made it seem like they were in on Brandon Miller the whole time. But the Scoot stuff got out there somehow. And it's hard to not draw the line between the fact there is a power shift happening within Charlotte right now, where you have an owner who's soon to be a former owner. And I wonder if the current owner wanted Brandon Miller and someone else, be it the new owner or someone associated with that group, wanted Scoot Henderson.
I'm sure that was the case.
Which is odd, because I think everyone knows. I mean, like, Jordan's out, right? This is like he sold, like they're going through the process. He's selling the team. Feels like he might have had a lot of say in this draft.
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean,
because the Brandon Miller stuff started a while ago. That's why I'm pointing at Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Because he like, if the conversation had suddenly shifted, we could have flip-flopped this discussion. But like Woj said, like it always felt like it was Brandon Miller. And Mike's been the owner during this process. It feels like Michael Jordan wanted the Charlotte Hornets to draft Brandon Miller.
And you know what? I was listening to, I think it's Simmons, because Kevin O'Connor of the Ringer. He was like one of the first people I heard to express concerns for Scoot. Like, he's like, I think he's going to be a really good ball player. Don't get me wrong, it's not crazy, but I probably would have picked Brandon Miller too.
What's the concern?
Or
what were
his shooting concerns? And he's not a good defender.
Okay.
And, it feels like people are going to hunt him out on the defensive end. And he doesn't know if the shooting will ever get there. And Brandon Miller, on the flip side, RIP, is a knockdown shooter, knockdown 3-point shooter. Has good size, can play with LaMelo. He I don't know what his mock draft looked like, but he was like, yeah, I absolutely understand taking Brandon Miller over Scoot. And once again, he says, I think Scoot's going to be a heck of a ball player, but I think those concerns are being overlooked. That was the first time I heard somebody say
Kevin
that.
O'Connor is the Ringer. Yeah, he had Brandon 2 and Scoot 3.
Yeah. And he watches his stuff. So he's not just throwing anything out there. It's an opinion, but it's an educated opinion, as in he watches these guys, he evaluates them, and that's what he came away with. So I say that to say Michael Jordan might not be alone in thinking Brandon Miller is the guy. We talked about the other day. It felt a little unfair that people were kind of looking at Brandon Miller as just like, why would you ever choose him?
Brandon Miller's game isn't being evaluated. That's the frustrating part.
Yeah.
If you didn't watch college basketball, if that's not really a bag, if you just followed kind of on, the outskirts, you didn't get a lot of analysis on Brandon Miller's game. You probably heard a lot about interviews. You certainly heard a lot about the horrible situation he was involved in. Heard about his weight. But you probably didn't get a lot of breakdown of his game. And when you did, at least when I saw it, it had a tone to it. And I think that's terribly unfair. Brandon Miller's a good basketball player, a really, really good basketball player. He's very, very worthy of being a 2 or 3 pick. I think highly of both of those players. We'll see how LaMelo. Yeah. So we'll come back. We mentioned LaMelo and Brandon Miller. Just awful news from the Chicago Bulls last night regarding Lonzo Ball. I feel so terrible for Lonzo. We'll talk about that. We should probably get back into the Portland discussion too, because Jeremy Grant's a big part of that. And we can talk more Kings basketball. Kyle Madson is going to join us. I know he's got plenty of things to say regarding the Sacramento Kings, Draymond Green, the right fit, Chris Paul, a Warrior, all of that coming up. James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour as well here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Unbelievable.
Just say the man's name, please. His full name.
Bro, I was crying real tears after that.
Had you not seen that before?
What? The Fat Joe thing? No, I didn't see it. I literally didn't hear it till now.
Oh, man.
You doing 13th round today?
Yes, sir.
He needs to retire after these 3 fights.
I think he might be retired. We'll put him in retirement. No, I think regardless of what happened, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I've been looking for from Canelo. It's about time he came to where the big boys play.
Fight Charlo, fight Benavidez, and then retire after you fight Spence.
Hey.
Both of them get an insane payday. Spence could retire too.
He might go 1-2 in that three fight stretch. He might get Charlo. I'm still picking Charlo, but I don't like the fact that he hasn't fought in over a year.
I'll go 2-1 for Canelo there.
Benavidez?
I think no. If I'm going to give it to him, I'm going to give it to Spence. I think he can get Benavidez. Benavidez can knock him out, but I think he'd be able to last 12 rounds. Like I said, he'd win on points.
Shout out to Canelo. I'll talk about it on 13 rounds. Shout out to him though, man. Big ups to Canelo. But once again, I'll mention this too. Hey man, we got to thank Tank and Ryan. They changed the game. Tank and Ryan changed the game, bro. They had all these people looking crazy. You ain't fighting so-and-so, and we fighting somebody? Y'all crazy. And then they showed them the money they could make. Yeah, bro, we just did 1.7 mil. Don't get paid. They changed the game.
It's about time.
Mm-hmm. Stop that F guy. Stop. No, it's a 50-50 fight, but Spence gonna beat him. Spence gotten a little trouble. It was an interesting line. Spence said the other day, he said, I'm gonna punish Terrence Crawford. I'm gonna break him. I'm gonna break his soul. I'm gonna break him like they tried to do Kuta Kinte.
Oh God.
You can't say that.
When did he say that? Wow. Damn.
You can't say that.
Man.
That was a wild line. You can't go around.
Brother, you couldn't have gotten your point across any other way. Jeez.
You didn't have to say that, bro. I didn't take super offense to it, but some people were upset with that line. Mr. Rancho, stop. I'm gonna tell you guys right now.
Oh. I don't know what Kenny was about to say, but I'm on the edge of my seat. Kenny was about to lay into the chatty house. What?
I'm open. I'm open for just friendly wagers on Spence Crawford.
Okay.
I got Spence.
All right.
I'm open for
Is that this weekend?
No, it's July 29th.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's gonna be interesting. I don't know how that's gonna happen. But I'm gonna figure it out. Might be on my phone. Now that I got a new phone, I could stream. It's quick, everything else like that.
I like it.
But I'm for friendly wagers only. Just friendly wagers. That's it.
That's it. That's all.
You
That's
know what
all,
I mean?
that's all-
Just
that's
bragging
all it is.
rights. That's
it.
all.
That's all we do. That's all we do. Good stuff. 916-909-1320. If you want to be a part of the conversation, Kyle Madson set to join us coming up in a little less than 30 minutes. Really unfortunate news coming from the Chicago Bulls last night. It's June 23rd, and Lonzo Ball has been ruled out for the year.
Man, come on, man.
He hasn't played a game since January of 2022. And I hate saying this, but man, I'm getting strong vibes that Lonzo's career might be over.
Yeah, man. I don't know how he comes back.
They
with
seem
this
to
knee.
not be able to define what happened.
And that's scary.
And that right, exactly. You tear an ACL, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you're doing. He's gone through like procedure after procedure, and it feels like he's still experiencing pain. He gets another procedure, he experiences more pain. They can't pinpoint this.
Yeah.
And if you can't fix it, you can't play.
Right. And then even if you get to the point where you figure it out and, I think we fixed it, how much damage have you done with all the surgeries and everything that he's had to go through at that point? I hope he finds a way to come back and play. But it's not looking promising right now. It's really not. And it really sucks because Lonzo was really starting to come into his own as a basketball player.
Yeah.
Like he was about to turn the corner, I feel, in his career. And just I can't even remember, was it a play that happened or it was just, it's just knee wasn't feeling
I don't
well?
know. So as I was tracking the timeline last night, because this came out at the the Chicago Bulls draft press conference. It's like, why is all this stuff about Lonzo Ball out here? Well, that's why. They had already ruled him out for the year. So as I tracked back, he had missed 3 games because of soreness. And after I think it was after the 3rd game, they were like, maybe we need to look a little further at this. And he had his first surgery. That was it. I think it was I don't want to speak out of turn. I think it was meniscus. I think that's where it started. But obviously it's turned into something far more significant.
Yeah.
I was hoping I could find it. Oh, but yeah, here's Lonzo. I'm gonna see if I could track the timeline a little bit better. He underwent cartilage. Oh goodness, this wasn't the original surgery. The 3rd surgery was cartilage transplant surgery.
Yeah,
that was in March.
That's not good.
Again, hasn't played since January 14th, 2022.
That is not good at all. Cartilage transplant.
Our expectation,
that seems like a last-ditch effort.
It sure does. Our expectation is that he's not coming back next season. He's going to continue on his recovery. If he comes back, it would be great, but we're just going to treat this offseason. We're just going to treat this offseason and get ready for the season like he's not going to be back.
No, man. Jeez. That's just
I know people hate this. I'm glad he got that one contract, though.
Whoever hates that, I ain't gonna say I hate you. I'm just gonna say you're wrong.
Yeah.
I'm glad he got that contract.
Yeah,
he deserved it. He worked his whole life for that opportunity. I'm glad he got it.
I hope he can recover.
He got 100 plus million? Or was it
like
80?
I feel like it was 4 and 80.
Yeah. He earned every penny of it. Every penny of it.
I'm having a brain lapse, dude. I'm sorry. I have to ask this out loud. Oh, he was drafted by the Lakers, right?
Mm-hmm. Number 2 overall.
Yeah. Their series of that's the other thing about we don't really talk enough about this with Garden. How many times did they have the number 2 pick?
At least 3 times.
D'Angelo Russell. Who was the other one?
Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. I think Julius Randle was 4 or 5.
I think he went 7th or 6th. He was like right behind Marcus Smart. He might have went 7th.
That was a crazy stretch right there.
It's just number 2 pick after number 2 pick after number 2 pick. We only messed up one number 2 pick.
Didn't get any of them. Well, they got Ingram right, and they traded him for AD, and they got a championship.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Man, they thought Lonzo was going to be back in 6 to 8
They didn't
weeks.
even have a parade.
Well, I don't know if you remember the circumstances, sir, but that probably would not have been safe.
LeBron was like, I think the Dodgers and Lakers need to have a joint parade.
Oh, yeah, that was a tough look. That was a tough look, King. That was a bad idea. You should have kept that thought to yourself. You should have kept that thought to yourself. That came across thirsty. Oh, that came across thirsty. Shout out Lonzo Ball, man. All the best to that brother right there.
For sure.
I thought you were going to say something. Sorry. You took this deep breath like you were just about to hypothesize on something. I was like, oh, Kenny about to cook?
Just upset that Lonzo got to go through it.
Oh, yeah. That's tough.
I saw a picture that Mariah Mills has Zion tattooed on her face, but I think it's fake. It doesn't look real.
That can't be real.
It don't look
well,
real.
Given the last week and a half, maybe it can be. I hope it's not.
I really do hope it's not either.
I got to imagine just looking up at the TV. Well, not right now because NFL Live is on for the 47th time today.
They're 2 hours. Their daily 2-hour show.
It's just incredible. Like we like, what are you guys talking about? I guess this is the downside to having a TV in the studios. Every once in a while, you just look at the TV and yell at it.
I know you may not have seen this. Well, maybe you did because it was on SVP. Did you see that LSU Wake Forest finish in the College World Series?
I didn't. Was it last night?
Yeah.
I didn't.
2-0 walk-off 2-run home run in the 11th inning for LSU to beat number 1 in the country, Wake Forest.
Wow.
What a game that was.
Wow.
I like the College World Series.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
We've had it on in here most days. It's fun for sure.
So now it's LSU and Florida in the College World Series in the finals.
The College World Series,
because they're already in.
That's
the
weird.
College
How the
World
tournament
Series.
is called the College World Series, but it's not quite the same.
Yeah.
What I was going to say before I got diverted about the conversation regarding Bryce Young is it feels like, and maybe this is how NFL people feel about NBA. Oh, we're talking about Dame Lillard again. God, guys, don't you have anything else to talk about? With the draft behind us, free agency coming up, this will shift, hopefully, on July 3rd. But I have a feeling it's not, given the excitement around the release of the Las Vegas schedule this morning.
Yeah.
I'm getting strong vibes.
I think Brandon plays.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take
I'll
that.
take it. I'll take it. It's the same game, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it the Spurs versus the Hornets?
Yeah.
They made a big deal. Oh, the schedule's been released. Bruh, we've been on that game for a month. Don't do us like that. Don't do us like that. But I think for the next short stretch of time here, back to what you said a few minutes ago, all eyes are going to be on Portland. Because people got to be looking at that roster with free agency approaching like, you're going out there with that? That?
Portland got
that little mismatched roster? You gonna put that out there in this Western Conference? Don't do that.
Portland got to do.
Let me help you out.
Portland had a good draft though. They got Scoot and Chris Middleton. Like they've got good ball players.
Who was the second player that they got?
I said Chris Middleton. I'm looking.
I was
at
like,
Chris
wait,
Middleton.
breaking news. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Well, you know what?
Looking at Chris Middleton right now.
We didn't bring his name up.
Well,
He opted out of 40.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Would you have Chris Middleton here in Sacramento?
I'm nervous, bro.
4 years. 4 years. I don't know how many million, but just
that part's important.
$27 million
per.
Yeah.
33. That puts him at 30. Man, come on, man.
This is the question of the day. Do you think does Chris Middleton make you a championship contender next year?
I have to put a caveat on it. Does a healthy Chris Middleton make the Sacramento Kings a championship contender? I believe yes, he does.
I agree with that.
I don't know. I don't think I can definitively say that though. Yeah. Didn't he just have a surgery? Like just had a surgery?
I think he did.
Middleton's coming here. He's got bad knees. He's not playing. He's not playing back-to-backs and stuff like that. Healthy Chris Middleton, I don't think exists anymore.
Yeah, I don't even think you can look his way.
The Celtics went through this with Kemba.
Oh, damn. I don't mean to be funny. Is Kemba in the league?
No, he was with Dallas, I think.
Dallas was his last
few minutes, yeah.
Wasn't he with Cleveland too for a quick second? I think he was with Cleveland on a 10-day.
Zeke. I loved Kemba Walker, especially Charlotte Hornets. Kemba or was he Bobcats? I don't know, whichever one he was.
A little bit of both.
I love that Kemba Walker. Absolutely,
Kemba was a problem. He was a problem in a good way.
I'm gonna stop waffling here. I don't think I could do I can't have the Chris Middleton conversation.
I can't do it either.
33. You're talking 33, 34, 35, or 30, maybe, I don't know when his birthday is. Maybe 34, 35, 36. I don't think I could do that. He's got to have a deal out there, right? Though
you would think.
I mean, $40 million. He's got to have a deal out there,
even
if it's just a 2-year deal with a player option from Milwaukee.
Yeah,
he's got to have something to opt out of that $40 million deal.
And look, I hope I'm wrong. I'm not trying to disparage him, but go ahead and get that one more contract. It's got to be a stop. Like he's looking at it like $40 million is on the table. If I can get somebody to give me 2 years, 60, 3 years, 60, I get an extra 20 million. I got to get it because I just don't think the knee's going to hold up. I don't think it's going to hold up.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show. We welcome those that are on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Let's get our man Josh in here. I think Josh was the one who talked about Mark Cuban doing something crazy.
Yes.
I did.
Yes.
After I saw what I did, I got to put some respect on my man Monty McNair's name. I will not refer to him as Marty McNeil, the Sac on this call.
That's all right. If you're gonna reference somebody, Marty McNeil is a great person to reference
for sure.
Yeah, I did. I got a couple things I want to touch on. So I love you all over the place, but way back in '94, my favorite player was Larry Johnson, and I was able to go see the Charlotte Hornets when it was Alonzo Mourning and Larry Johnson cocking it back and knocking those dunks down. And I really am going to miss seeing what's that we just traded. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name.
Richaun.
Holmes. Yeah,
Richaun. I love the when he comes down the lane, that rim's like, oh my God, here it comes. I mean, he goes hammer time on that.
Yeah.
And I've always loved those kinds of players, and we always cheer all the Kings that come back except for Spencer Hawes, and we always show respect for but yeah, I hope he does good, and I'll cheer for him every time.
No doubt.
I think it was a really good draft. I mean, we needed to get the cap space. The one thing I like to watch where they kind of take draft picks and they don't just show highlights, because anybody can have a highlight reel. They'll show the lowlights and highlights. And I'm not promoting, but there's this box and one thing on YouTube where they show this stuff. And I swear, if you look at Slauson, the guy, and Prosper, Slauson looks like a better passer and defender, just in my mind. Just the tape doesn't lie. I mean, no big deal. Like, he might not even make the team, but I'm just saying it was something to me.
Yeah. Good stuff, Josh. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Josh
for sure.
Wojnarowski there with the watch out for Dallas.
He knows some people.
Yeah.
He knows some people.
It's all right. It's all right. We'll see where that winds up going.
I'm real anxious to see Kobe Jones in the California Classic.
Yeah, me too.
I was watching one of his games last night. Got another one on right now. Real interesting prospect. Real interesting.
Dude,
prospect.
shredded. I thought someone posted a photoshopped pic where like he was kind of doing the pose we see Richaun in a lot.
Yeah.
Like, man, this dude look like the Incredible Hulk out there.
He's a little Desmond Bain. Little Desmond Bain.
I don't know that anybody's Desmond Bain.
Trista always talks about how he has short arms, though. T-Rex arms.
Trista was hyped.
She was hyped.
She was hyped. She was very hyped about Scoot. For anyone who's ever listened to Trista Crick, you know how hyped she was for Scoot. She was thrilled with Chris Murray.
Chris Murray is a good pick. Obviously, he looks just like Keegan out on the court, like just like him, and seems to be just as productive out there. So, somebody who thinks they're getting a Keegan Murray, it's a good look. Comes from good stock. So Portland, I like the players that they have. Now it's time to make a move. You know what I mean? Like, I like all the guys they have there.
Yeah.
Now it's time to split some of those up and get maybe one person that makes sense, or a bunch of picks and one young guy, and whatever you want to do with it. If you're trading Dame or keeping him or whatever, but they got to balance that thing out a little bit.
I mean, you're not helping the issue. Let me run this through you're not helping the issue if you're trading for Tyler Hero, are you?
If you're trading for Tyler Hero, you probably look to move Anthony as well.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you think Shaden can play 3, or you just go 3-guard lineup with Scoot, Tyler, and Shaden. Maybe you could do that, but yeah, they'd have some things to figure out.
Yeah, they've got moves to make, because they're not there.
No,
they're not. Maybe they can trade for Chris Paul. Everybody else is doing it. Just how many times has Chris Paul been? He's venturing in. Remember when Carmelo was? I think he was a Hawk.
Yeah, he was.
It was very
for
briefly
hours.
it was a hell of an era.
Chris Paul, I think he got traded 7 times now, or like to 7 different teams.
That's
now, do we
crazy.
count Washington? Because I think he was only traded.
Well, he was traded from the Pelicans to the Clip. Well, was it the Pelicans?
It was the Hornets.
It was the Hornets. Thank you.
Hornets to
Clippers. to the Clippers. Clippers to the Rockets.
3 teams.
Rockets to the Thunder.
4 teams.
Thunder to the Suns. Right?
Yep.
Suns to the
Wizards.
Suns to the Wizards. Wizards to the Warriors.
7 teams for Chris Paul.
Wow.
Is it going to be 8 after this season?
He's not going to be traded again, so it depends.
It
He's been traded in all of those. He's never
signed as
picked
a
a
free
team.
agent.
Yeah, he's never picked his
crazy.
team.
That's
so that. But to answer your question, is it going to be another team? Yeah, I think so. I think this is a 1-year thing. Or maybe he retires. I don't know.
Chris Paul, look, he's gotten himself in different shape. He's in much better shape than I am. Much better shape. He's an NBA athlete, professional athlete.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine like playing NBA basketball at 38, 39 years old, the way my body feels. And,
well, it's not the same, though.
It's not
like
the same,
your day-to-day life isn't taking care of your body.
No, but like at some point, though, like I think even Chris Paul probably feels this way. Like he takes care of his body every day. LeBron takes care of his body every day. There's just aches that you start to get when you get older. So
for sure.
Like, man, I'm gonna sign another 3-year contract to play till I'm 41 or something like that.
We're talking like 1.
I
think we're talking 1 and 1. I don't think any of these guys sign a 1-year deal. I think they sign 1-year contracts with an option on the second one. And that's what they do for the rest of their careers. I think that's true for Chris Paul. I think that's true for LeBron James.
Yeah.
And any of those guys of that who get the opportunity to end their career on their own, their own terms.
Yeah.
But it is different. I think Chris Paul is another guy, much like LeBron James. Now, your point is completely valid. No matter, you could spend $2 million taking care of your body. You're 40, it's going to hurt.
Yeah. Even if it doesn't hurt, it just
it's
takes
different.
longer.
Yeah.
Like you're you're sore a little longer than you have been in the past.
Yeah, their 40 isn't our 40, but that doesn't make it
not 40.
Yeah, that right, exactly. I like that. The story was it wasn't Ray. I think it was Garnett. Garnett had to spend hours getting ready to play his final. He had to do it in Boston. So that's even before the trip to Brooklyn. Like he had to spend hours getting ready for a game. Like much was made of Ray Allen because Ray Allen was in front of everybody.
Right.
Garnett's in the back with, this was pre-massage gun, I think, but foam rollers and stem therapy and all of these different things just to get himself ready to get out there. And again, this is the Celtics Kevin Garnett, not necessarily the Brooklyn Nets Kevin Garnett.
Yeah.
Or wasn't there a second stint with the Timberwolves in there too?
Was there?
Didn't he go back to the
because
Timberwolves?
that's where that one meme I think comes from, where he's in the back, sitting on the back of the bench.
Oh, yo, KG a wild dude.
I think Cat was on the team at the time too.
KG is special. He is special. Imagine you're Kevin Garnett and all those memes we got about Kevin Garnett, and he's trying to calm Paul Pierce down. Imagine being so wild. Kevin Garnett has to calm you down.
That was one where Kevin was fighting for Paul's job right there.
He said, yo, it's live. No, it's a live stream, dog. No.
Kevin Garnett was fighting for Paul Pierce to not be canceled that day. Paul Pierce was ready to risk it all. Oh, this is live? I just envisioned him looking at the TV. Oh,
yeah, right.
This live?
He's like, oh, there we go. Oh, wow.
Oh boy, man, that brother is.
That was the same dude that sent the picture of an emoji. As an emoji.
Oh, that's an all-timer. Jill and I were talking about that the other day. How this time of year just gives us like some all-time moments, and that was. I can't remember who started it, but I feel like it was JJ. Somebody tweeted the car, like as this whole DeAndre Jordan thing was unfolding.
Was it Blake maybe, or maybe I don't know.
Someone tweeted the car, like I'm driving, to go see him, and then I think we got the plane, and then I think Chris Paul hit us with the banana in the boat, and then Paul Pierce's dumbass tweeted like a picture of a cartoon rocket.
Oh,
it's like,
man.
Brody, what are you doing?
The emoji summer was
Oh,
crazy.
that's my favorite. And then didn't they the picture with the chair up against the door?
Yeah.
Wasn't that a stock picture? Like it wasn't real? Like I can't remember who posted it, but I think it was Blake. Said he just found it on the internet and posted it.
Bro, I'm telling you, the NBA is the funniest league in the
That was the
world.
Broussard era.
Has that story been topped since? Like, did the Colangelo guy, did that top it with the burner accounts, or is that
not
just
to me?
Crazy.
Not
Not
to
to me.
Not to me.
That was
Burner,
that Mavericks joint. That was an all-timer.
Yeah, burner accounts felt like nothing to me. But the Mavericks and Clippers and DeAndre Jordan, oh, that's special.
Yeah.
Now that we said it, because didn't DeAndre, I can't remember, he had a career. Didn't he wind up with Dallas at one point? Was he ever in Dallas?
I think so. I think he did.
It just made me think, was because I was Kyle Kuzma was running through my head this morning. And like Monty did try to acquire Kyle Kuzma.
He did. Now he's got another opportunity.
I don't know what Kuzma wants. Like, I don't know.
Kuzma
Like,
wants $30 million.
No. Forgive me. He does. But does he want like LA? You know what I mean? Like Kuzma's. He's kind of that dude, and I think that's why he rubs a lot of people here the wrong way.
Yeah,
he's kind of that nightlife guy.
Right.
I mean, hey, we got Tiger, we got Darla. I could hook you up with abs. Like we got spots for you to go.
Revival. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not.
Where else can he go? Where?
You want me to say something? I don't know what it is.
Where I always
705 J Street, downtown Sacramento. That's a restaurant now, but you can come on down to Club Ricky's. Hey, we'll open Club Ricky's for you, Kyle Kuzma. It's the world famous Club Ricky's. 705 J Street, downtown Sacramento. 2 levels of dancing. Reese Roundtree, rest in peace. R&B Roundtree up at the top floor. I can't even remember who was at the bottom because I never went down there.
Oh man, I never
Come
been.
see
I
Rasheed
never been
Wallace.
to the bottom either. Never been there. But
Or-
yeah, we got you, Cools.
Remember, we got Rasheed Wallace and sat down. These two girls that were, they was like making fun of him outside the club. They was talking about, and he comes sit down like, hey, bro, you need anything? Nah, man, I'm kind of high right now. All right, bruh. I'm leaving. So I'm going back out there. There's your girl. You could talk to her. We're going to talk to Kyle Madson.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a fun conversation because I know how Kyle feels about this Draymond Green thing. So we'll talk to our buddy Kyle Madson when we return here. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh boy, Canelo has stepped up to where the big boys play.
Look at the adjective.
It's classic.
We ain't here to play.
That's a classic. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss. Go get that Cola Sea Moss. You already know the vibes, man. And we got some big news yesterday. We got some big time news because all the Eddie Hearns, all the Chris Mannixes, all the Ring magazines who tried to say Al Heyman and PBC were going to go away years ago. Boy, oh boy. It's looking ugly for y'all right now. It's looking ugly because we talk about big fish with Errol Spence. One of them big fish, Canelo Alvarez, on his Instagram page yesterday, had the caption, "Done deal, September 16, 2023, and then had the logo of PBC. And the reports came out, Canelo is signing a 3-fight deal with Al Heyman and PBC. And this is big time. Because now Canelo finally is going where the big boys play. And the rumor is he's going to fight Jamal Charlo on September 16th. That's going to be fire. Fire. Jamal's going to move up from 160 to fight him at 168 for all of Canelo's belts. And that's the one right there. A lot of people think maybe that leads to a David Benavidez fight. Maybe that leads to a Boo Boo Andre fight. Maybe that possibly leads to an Errol Spence fight. Look, man, I got to tip my hat to Canelo Alvarez because this is what we've always wanted. Whether he wins or loses or whatever, I wanted to see him come on this side of the street. I wanted to see him come where the big boys play at PBC and fight these guys. Well, I don't need nobody from the UK no more. They've shown they can't mess with you. I don't need Triple G, for the 14th time. We already know how that's going to play out. I don't want all that. I don't want no Rocky Fielding. I always wanted you against the Charlos. I always wanted you against David Benavidez, Boo Boo Andre. That's what I'm looking for. And to his credit, Canelo said, I'm going over there. I'm going over there. I'm not ducking that smoke. I'm going over there. So 3-fight deal. Can't wait to see who the 3 fights are. Here's the crazy thing about 3-fight deal too. No disrespect to Canelo. I think he might go 1-2 in the 3 fights. I'm just saying. He might go 1-2. I'm not picking him against Benavidez. And I think Charlo gets him on September 16th. But one way or another, it's going to happen. Once again, we got to thank Tank. We got to thank Ryan Garcia because they set the bar for everything that's going on in boxing, and boxing is going crazy right now. Shout out Canelo. Thank you, Al Heyman. That's the 13th round. Just got to thank Al Heyman.
How big of a fight would it be if he fought Spence?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Al Heyman.
The whole thing. Do you know the whole story with Al Heyman? How you never see Al Heyman. Never. I think there's one stock photo of Al Heyman, and that's what we always see. But he's like, obviously, he came from the music touring business and was a big time guy there, and then did this boxing thing. And he's never at the boxing fights ever. How big is Canelo Spence? If Spence wins 2 fights against Crawford, it's the biggest fight in boxing. Absolutely. And every fighter after the fight, they said, "Thank you, Al Heyman." That's what they say. I just want to thank Al Heyman. Thank you, Al Heyman. Hashtag thank you, Al Heyman. I'm gonna start doing that after Kings games.
I'm currently working on a research project from the perspective of former Black radio personnel about memorable moments in Black radio history.
I'm not a Canelo fan. I like Canelo. I don't like the way he's maneuvered, but I like him as a fighter.
BIGPOPPA. Biggie liked to spell. Biggie would spell a lot in his record.
It's the NOTORIOUS. You just lay down slow.
Kyle Madson going to join us here in just a heartbeat. James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour. Really excited to talk to James about everything that went on last night. Of course, he was there at Monty McNair's press conference when Monty said words, and we'll get James's thoughts on the words that Monty said. Lots of conversations regarding what the Sacramento Kings will do. Sacramento Kings were actually praised quite a bit from different things that I saw this morning regarding clearing up cap space and what they could potentially do in the coming weeks. And again, it's a testament to the season that this team had. Is there's just an entirely different level of respect. You do this, a year ago, and no one cares that you have cap space. No one is discussing. As a matter of fact, I feel like the conversation is, why the hell did the Sacramento Kings free up cap space? What are they going to do with it?
Just so they can blow it.
Yeah. That was not the conversation this morning.
People were excited.
They were. Not just people in Sacramento. I feel like some people in Sacramento were more frustrated than the national media. National media was like, okay, I see what they're doing here. And they threw out names like Draymond Green, Chris Middleton, Jeremy Grant. They threw out those different names. Obviously, we've talked about Kyle Kuzma and Harrison Barnes. There's probably a lot of different things that the Kings do with the money available. I think we said $35-ish million, at least certainly in the vicinity of $35 million is the number that the Sacramento Kings have available. And what are they going to do with it? Windhurst floated Draymond Green out there.
Yeah.
We've talked about and we'll talk a lot about this with James, the renegotiate and extend with Domantas Sabonis, which I do think plays a factor in all of this as well.
Who would you want them to go after? In perfect world, who would you want them to go after?
Bro, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I honestly don't know.
Crazy thing is, I don't know either. I don't know who I would.
I'll say this: I like the idea of extending Domas now. I like that idea. I don't know who. I like the idea of Naz Reid and Josh Hart. I like the idea, I like Naz Reid being like a component in all of this. I think I like Kyle Kuzma. I think. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'll have an answer for you by Friday.
I don't know.
Yes, thank you. Who did I just? There we go. Who do you think the Sacramento Kings should sign?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Okay.
It's a classic.
That's fine.
It's a classic.
No, that's fine. What about you?
Is that honestly? I don't know. Is that a trick question?
All right. No, I was just asking. I was just asking. Kings fans last night after the draft. All right. Other Kings fans after last night's draft.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
That guy had a hell of a season, man.
And all I'm doing at this point is killing time trying to figure out why Kyle popped into the screen and then left. He was there briefly, and then he's like, I'm out. I don't know who the player is. There's so many, of Jeremy Grant's the best option to me. I also think Jeremy Grant's.
No, I think you're right. If I had to choose, I want Jeremy Grant.
But it also feels like he's in the unrealistic category. It feels like he's too expensive. I feel like Jeremy Grant's north of 30. Is that wrong?
That's a lot.
Is it?
That's way too much. I think 30 is too much, but he might get it. But I think 30 is too much.
Does Kuzma check all the boxes for the Kings for what they need at that position?
They need some defense, though. That's what he doesn't check. And I would like a little bit more defense. That's the only because he rebounds well. He obviously scores. He keeps the floor spread. He can create on his own. So he hits all those. It's the defensive component that he doesn't hit that I think keeps him from being the perfect guy, which Jeremy Grant does hit that component. Jeremy Grant does everything Kuzma does, except he plays defense.
Jeremy's coming off a contract with 19, 20, and 20.9. Am I out of pocket for 30?
I mean, out of pocket seems like you did something wrong.
Well,
I just don't agree.
Well, this would be wrong.
I just don't agree. I don't think 30. I think he wants 30. I think he's looking for 30.
Well, there's a lot of guys that want 30 million. Put me in that category.
And once again, when you talk about 30 million and who gonna give it to? Houston might offer you 30 million, Jeremy Grant. Is that where you want to go?
But I think Portland will. Do you try to outbid Portland?
Portland, well, what's Portland gonna do though? If they're trading,
I don't know what Portland's gonna do.
If they're trading Dame, that would be ridiculous.
I agree.
To offer him $30 million.
I agree. Kyle Matson's here.
Hey guys.
That's a terrible introduction. Ladies and gentlemen,
no, but that was from the heart. That was from your heart. That was what you meant to say.
No, you know how much I love you. So I mean, Kyle Madson. Who in all of this? You know the king. I know you're ready to unleash this take. So I don't know if I'm teeing this up for you or if the answer is different. Kings drafted cap space last night. Who makes this team better?
Well, I mean, Draymond Green does, but no, that I said I first brought that up mostly like trolling, because it first came up like right after the Kings got eliminated, but then in the process of trolling, I kind of just started talking myself into it, and I was talking to our guy Bryant, who was on the show earlier. And it makes sense if he's coming off the bench and he's going to sign for $20 million a year and he's going to be cool being the backup, but he's not. So reality is that's not going to work out because I don't think he and Domas can coexist on I mean, both off the court like, and on it.
In a locker room or in an office?
Both. And it worked. Like I went to go look up the Looney Draymond duo stats from the season, the 2-man lineup stats. And they were actually the Warriors' best 2-man lineup by net rating, but that's easy to do when you have Steph and Clay and all those guys on the court too. So no, I don't think Draymond's the right answer necessarily. And I think when you look at free agents for this year, it's like, do you go get Cam Johnson or Kyle Kuzma? Or those guys make your team better, I think, but are those $30 million a year players? I'm not totally sold on that.
Would you like some $30 million a year players that Jesse just found for us?
Oh,
Gordon Hayward.
I'm out.
Tyler Hero. Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell. And Julius Randle.
Julius Randle might be kind of nice.
Now, none of those. I think D'Lo's the only one.
As a free agent.
Yeah, I don't know what Gordon Hayward is, and it probably doesn't matter. It probably doesn't matter at this point what Gordon Hayward is, but we haven't talked about Cam Johnson today. But part of the reason with Cam that I always get hung up on, I love Cam Johnson. I think we love Cam Johnson. I'm just really hesitant to the restricted free agency thing. Sure. I feel like if you offer someone a deal, be it 20 million or 30 million or whatever it is, you have to know not only that Brooklyn is not matching, but they'll not match right away.
Yeah, and
so you can get back to work. Like you can't have $30 million or so, or whatever, however they do this. You can't have money hung up waiting and not being able to do other stuff.
And that's the whole thing with Cam Johnson. I can't imagine Brooklyn traded Kevin Durant to acquire this young, versatile defender who can shoot and is perfect for the modern NBA, and then are just going to let him walk after half a season.
Well,
they're gonna.
Kyle, the killer about it is I don't know if they can afford not to let him walk, and that's because that Ben Simmons contract is sitting there. So to the point, they're gonna be like potentially a tax team between Bridges, Cam, and Simmons for like what, maybe a play-in. So it's a messed up situation. But your thinking and your logic is 100% spot on. But because of that Simmons deal and not being able to move off of him, they may be forced to let Cam walk.
Yeah, it feels like, Damien, I think it was you that laid it out on Twitter, the different options they kind of have with now they can extend Domas and re-sign Harrison Barnes for like $20 million a year. It feels like that's kind of the route they're going to go, because it feels like any other move they're going to realistically make at this point is like lateral at best. So that's kind of where I land.
I think the Domas extension could happen no matter what. Like, because I think you can afford to do it. You could do the Domas extension and still go out here in free agency and do whatever you want to do. It's just what we can't pin down is like, who is it? Again, I think it's Harrison. And as much as people may not love that, that's who I think it is. Until I hear otherwise, that's what I'm going with. Could it be Kuzma? Like maybe.
I'm starting to think it's Kuzma.
Yeah.
And this is the gut feeling. I'm starting to think it's Kuzma.
I don't think that's completely
I'm in on more Kyles.
Of course. More Kyles, the better. The more Kyles, the better. How do you feel about Chris Paul being a Golden State Warrior?
No comment. Next question.
Have we checked Kyle Matson's Twitter? Dr. David. Dr. David, go to work.
Oh, no.
Go to work, Dr. David.
Sent the henchman on Kyle Matson's Twitter.
Rob W., go to work. Let's see what we can find on Kyle's page. Bonte was fun. Boy, we found audio on Bonte yesterday.
So
we still have that audio.
So I was at the gym. No big deal. And I got like 3 texts in a row. It was like an eyeball emoji and Mike Dunleavy Jr. statue and something else. And I was like, what did they do? So obviously stop working out. And I go and it was just, the entire workout was me just processing what just happened. Because I don't like Chris Paul, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be like, yeah, go find a tweet where I said something nice about Chris Paul. No, it's just dragging Chris Paul. I went and looked yesterday. Trust me. I just slandered that dude forever. And that's fine. And that's something I've got to live with. It's, it happened with Richard Sherman. That's what I'm telling myself right now. But no, I don't know, man. It's like, I don't want Chris Paul on my favorite team. I don't want to have to root for Chris Paul. Ugh.
Is that bad?
But it's like, it's not. Yes, it is. But but here's the thing I land with. You mentioned yesterday on your show, you were like, the 2 timelines blown up, and I think that's the case. It's been the case. Yeah. It was the case when Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face. That was literally the 2 timelines clashing, and the Warriors decided they're going to ride with Steph. And if Steph Curry had gone into Bob Myers or Joe Lacob or Steve Kerr's office or whatever last year and been like, Draymond's got to go, then Draymond would be gone. But Steph's not going to do that. He's going to ride with Draymond. And he's going to ride with Clay until the wheels fall off of this thing, if they haven't already. So the Draymond Poole thing was not going to work. The Warriors were not going to be able to build a championship winning team, a championship winning culture, a championship winning locker room, whatever, with those 2 players in it. And I think they determined that last year. So it was Draymond's gone or Jordan Poole is gone. And the Warriors have made it very clear they're rocking with this old first timeline. So, okay, now you have to move Jordan Poole. Great. What are you getting for him? And I wonder, in the trade market for Jordan Poole, who's coming off a not awesome year and a less than that playoffs where he's going to be making $28-30 million. I'm wondering what the trade market for him was. And the Warriors went, okay, great. Here's a move that helps us right now, maybe. And this is the best we're going to do. So we'll pull that trigger because it's an addition by subtraction effectively with Poole. Not to drag Jordan Poole. I think he's a good player. But I don't think it was going to work out with him with the Warriors as they're constructed. So I maybe there was a different move out there that was a better player than Chris Paul at this point, a 38-year-old Chris Paul. But I'm skeptical.
So go ahead.
Have tweeted about Chris Paul a lot.
Yeah, bro. I do not like him.
Like, holy crap.
I hope none of
like a lot. I haven't even gotten to the bottom of the scroll yet. Chris Paul flops.
Bro, this
playing with this kid. That was from 2014.
I'm a day one hater, bro. The one that says a light breeze blows, and then Chris Paul with the Jazz, DJ Jazzy Jeff gif.
Here's an interesting one from December 7th, 2011. So if the Warriors acquire Chris Paul and Tyson Chandler in the next couple of days, do I have permission to pee myself a little?
Oh.
Oh, no.
In 2013, LeBron is a better point guard than Chris Paul, though.
Hey, that's a good take. I rock with that.
Well,
I stand by that.
I want to go to 2011. That sounds like support. That sounds like excitement. Like, did you want Chris Paul with the Warriors at some point?
I think maybe 2011, dude. That was what day was that? You said December?
That was standby, December 7th, 2011.
Yeah, I was drunk. I was 4 months into being able to legally drink. This May 15th, 2014. I was gonna order the Chris Paul shoes, but they're unavailable after the second round of the playoffs.
Oh,
that's a good joke. Come on, coach. I still I went to a Nike outlet one time though, and the Chris Paul Jordans were like $20, so I bought them. And I play basketball in them.
$20. I'll get some Chris
Dude,
Paul.
yeah, they're super ugly, but they were $20 basketball shoes.
They're hideous. He needed a better design team.
I love this so much. Uncle Phil, please come get Chris Paul.
What?
Oh, this is so good.
So let me ask you this, Kyle. Did the Warriors get better yesterday?
But yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't like what is okay. So Chris Paul gets the ball out of Steph's hands a little bit. Like, okay, are the Warriors just going to become like a heavy pick and roll team now? Is that going to be the move? Is Chris Paul running the second unit? I like that they have somebody who can create and take a shot in a big spot. Like, that's nice, but man, it's just it's hard to wrap my head around how this is going to work. But
I feel like someone died when Kyle talks about this. Like I don't know if a piece of his fandom died. I'm not.
No, it's not that. I'm trying to come to like, because I've spent so much time just being like, well, teams with Chris Paul just aren't going to figure it out. If you're not figuring it out in that finals against the Bucks where you're up 2-0, like you're just never gonna figure it out. And dude, I made a joke yesterday. Again, it was just all jokes from me on Twitter yesterday because I genuinely couldn't decide like how I felt about it, like basketball wise, like just like give an analysis. I was just like, hey, here's my feelings at this point. And I made the joke that like, oh, an aging pass first point guard who's really good in the mid range, and then I put a Sean Livingston gif. Right, Sean Livingston's like a foot taller than Chris Paul, and Chris Paul is older than Sean Livingston, bro.
Amazing.
That's
fired 2 years ago.
Crazy. He's older than him.
Chris Paul's really good. Like, I understand Chris Paul hasn't won a title, and I understand there's always the concern that something's going to go wrong with his body in the playoffs. Chris Paul's a really good basketball player.
How good is he today, though?
He's still really good. I absolutely believe Chris Paul is still a really good basketball player.
Would you say
traffic cone defensively?
I'm gonna just ask the question. I'm just asking because I haven't done the exercise myself. Would you say he's a top 10 point guard in the league right now?
We've determined Steph's a point guard, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Off the top
now
of
he's
my
a shooting guard.
Say no.
I'd say there's 10 point guards better than Chris Paul right now. I'm going yes.
So we got Steph,
Dame.
Fox,
Yep.
Dame,
Ja.
Yeah.
Sure.
Is Trae Young better?
I was gonna put Trae in there.
Jalen Brunson.
Jalen, that's good. Today, Jalen
Okay.
Brunson's probably better than that's 6.
All right.
Oh,
That might be it.
Jamal Murray get in there?
SGA.
Oh,
Jamal Murray. Yeah, no, that's a good one. Shea
Jamal
Gilgeous
Murray.
there, obviously.
Okay, so we're at 7.
We're at 8. I put SGA there, so we're at 8.
Okay.
Fred VanVleet?
I'd say no.
No to Fred VanVleet.
I say no to Fred VanVleet.
If the Raptors called and offered VanVleet for Chris Paul, straight up, the Warriors do it.
Well,
Darius
then-
Garland is better. That's 9.
Is James Harden better?
No. I don't like this game anymore.
Dude, we're gonna by the end of this, Chris Paul's gonna be like a top 27 point guard.
He's 10-ish.
He's around 10.
He's 10-ish.
It's here's kind of where I land on it. I'm never gonna be like, man, now if they win a title and Chris Paul is awesome, then maybe my feelings will change. But I don't.
It should. He wanted the title.
No, but I love Kevin Durant, and that was the case before he came to Golden State. It's been the case since he left Golden State. I'm a big Kevin Durant guy. I don't foresee myself becoming like a big Chris Paul guy. It'll be like a tolerable thing. And if he comes in and is that kind of second unit point guard, not saying he's necessarily going to come off the bench. I think he started every game he's ever played, regular season and playoffs. So I don't think it's necessarily that he comes off the bench, but can they limit his role where he is able to stay healthy through an entire playoff run or however long their playoff run is going to be? And does he fit into that kind of second unit point guard role where the wheels don't entirely come off when Steph Curry's off the floor?
You know what this is as a fan, because I heard a lot of people compare it to Richard Sherman going to the 49ers. And I guess maybe I could just speak for myself. Kyle, let me know how you felt. When Richard Sherman tore his Achilles and then was set to come back, it was like out there for a little bit. It was like, hey, Richard Sherman has interest in the 49ers. And at that point, 49ers had a need. And I was like, on the cheap, that's the other thing. On the cheap? Yeah, I'd take Richard Sherman. That's not a problem. I could put all that behind us. With Chris Paul and potentially Draymond Green for us here in Sacramento, number one, it's not cheap. And number two, we didn't ask for this. Well, Richard Sherman was like, yeah, I do that. I'm asking. Yeah, go get him. We didn't ask for any of this.
And the dislike for Richard Sherman from 49ers fans was like this guy is so good. And he has been beating the 49ers for so long. Like, I can't stand him, but I understand that he is great. With Chris Paul, I understand, like, Chris Paul's a Hall of Famer, no doubt. I'm not trying to disparage the career of Chris Paul. He's one of the best point guards to ever lace him up. But Chris Paul is relevant for losing. That's the difference for me. Like, Chris Paul is relevant for getting hurt in the playoffs and his team's falling apart down the stretch. And not necessarily him, but it's like, dude, that losing just follows this guy. Losing in the playoffs, losing follows this guy. So that's kind of where my mindset is. But at the same time, if you're looking for a player who can come in and stabilize your second unit and be a really good point guard, like, I think he can figure out how to play with the Warriors. Like, he's a really smart player. I don't think that a fit is necessarily going to be the problem. They'll work all that out. and you give yourself a shot in 2024, then fine. I guess.
You guys in the chat, you're right. We did say Fox second, but we did not say Tyrese Halliburton. And
we said tennis. Will you let it go?
That was a misnomer. That was not on purpose.
You
Tyrese
let it
Halliburton
go.
Tyrese Halliburton is like,
bro,
he's probably like 5-6 slots ahead of Chris Paul.
Noxious.
And I love Chris
We
Paul.
weren't even ranking point guards. We were
Is
just
Luka a point guard?
guards.
Well, that's another question.
He's not a point guard. Neither is James Harden. Both of you are pissing me off right now. And what's your favorite line?
Don't piss me off.
That's our man. That's our man, Kyle Madson from Candlestick Chronicles. Great work as always. We'll come back. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll get to the bottom of what went on last night. James will fix it all for us. We'll know exactly what the Kings are going to do in the next 7 days when James Ham joins us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Dennis Schroeder?
Stop it. I actually like it.
And Cat saying Tyus Jones is better too. We didn't mention
Tyus Jones, good player, bro.
Oh, God, we didn't. Man, he's top 15.
Top 15.
He's top 15.
That's cool. That's cool.
Oh, man.
15. You think Draymond stays in Golden State?
Yeah, I don't think they make the Chris Paul move if they thought he wasn't.
That's what I thought too.
Like, in fact, I would go as far as to say there's no chance they make that trade if they think Draymond's not coming back.
That's the way I felt. That's 100% the way I felt. I do. Yes. I think he's weighing the decision a little bit more than I gave him, than I speculated.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's going anywhere.
I don't think so either. I think you're going to see him like, oh, he's the Kings and Mike Brown connection, and LeBron and Clutch and LA. I think he's trying to get 30 plus mil out of the Warriors.
Yeah, I think we're gonna hear Miami involved next week too.
Oh,
LA and probably Sacramento will be the third team that's mentioned. And at 3:00 on Friday, we'll tell everyone that Draymond Green has signed. I speculated, but I had convinced myself, okay, Draymond's probably going to get a lot of money. It's going to be like 3 years, $90 million.
Mm-hmm.
Now I've convinced myself it's going to be 3 years, $100 million. Then we got to 3 years, $120 million. Now by Friday, I'm convinced that Draymond Green's going to sign a 3-year, $300 million contract. It's the first of its kind, like, and Draymond's going to get it.
The Draymond Max.
Lacob is just like, this is the full-on fuck it max.
Yeah, I don't know if there's the problem that I have. I say problem, like that's relative. The problem I have with the idea of the Warriors winning a title anytime soon is I don't see it. Like they looked old last year.
Yeah, the guys are older. Like the collection of names is really cool, but these guys are older. Like even Draymond. Like I do think highly of Draymond Green's. Like Draymond Green's been a really good basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
He's not now what he was like, 5 years ago.
No,
that's just the game.
Yeah, he was never gonna age like super gracefully. He's still a really good defensive player, but it's just you can tell he's not the, I don't want to say the force because I don't want to oversell, but like when he would play with force, it was different. And now I just don't think he can get to that level. But I am I got everything out of the way so I can do a deep dive on this TDJ guy that Kings Twitter really wanted.
Oh yeah, they really did. Trace Jackson Davis.
That's a good pick.
TJD,
yeah, that was good.
Yeah, well, I did a very brief look up his stats, read the draft profiles on him last night.
Mm-hmm.
And all these mocks had him going in the early to mid 30s, and he goes at 57. And I see he played 4 years and just everything's he just kind of does a little bit of everything. Great. So the Warriors need their 2 draft picks, their 2 rookies to play like 15 minutes right away. And that's just, and then
Kyle. Sorry, man.
Okay. All right. See you guys.
Right. Thanks, buddy. Oh, Kyle would have loved the song.
Oh, you big 50 Cent
Oh,
guy?
yeah, he loves this record.
He gonna come to the show?
I don't know if I'm going to the show yet.
Oh, I'm going to the show.
You going?
I gotta
like
go.
official. Oh yeah,
I gotta go to that show.
Yeah, I want to
I
go.
gotta to that.
I'm
The 20th anniversary of
my concert.
Rich.
My concert. My summer concert into the fall is it's getting.
It is getting crazy. It is
getting
crazy.
hefty.
It is crazy right
It's
now.
getting hefty.
Yeah,
Like,
that one I gotta hit that one up.
shout out to Cindy if you're listening. I'm going to see Janet at the venue, and that's accompanied with Beyonce. And someone's looking for Adele tickets.
Oh man,
to make that the most.
Oh man,
it's gonna be the most feminine weekend of my life. We go from Adele to, we go from Adele on Saturday to Beyonce on Sunday.
Who runs the world?
True story. True story. What we got? Eric Bellinger coming up in July. We got Ty Dolla $ign coming up in August. What's up?
Shanti gonna
We
be
got
here
Ashanti. Yeah,
Genuine gonna be here. I don't know if he's with us, us, but
he's at
Genuine gonna be here at the fair. Isley Brothers gonna be here on my birthday. Jeez, it's gonna be crazy. Hey, and
are you? When are you going to Vegas? Aren't you going to Usher?
I don't think I'm going to Vegas.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think it's happening.
You gonna have another stay vacation like you did 2 years ago, where you just?
I don't even know. To be honest with you, I don't even know if I'm going on vacation.
Stay.
I already took a week. I mean, it wasn't a vacation, but I was off for a week. Plus, I got a little something in September that I need to. That's where all my money and energy is going.
Okay.
So that's the biggie right there.
What's in September?
My wedding.
Oh, well, yeah, no, that'll do it.
That's the biggie right there. You know who might be coming to Sacramento? I just saw this clip just now. Do you see Joe Budden waxing poetically about Soul Bloom?
Oh no, I didn't.
He I guess this is the first time he saw the list, and he was just like reading all the names. He's like,
"Oh,
yo,
let's go.
This is insane." He's like, "Yo, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I might go to Sacramento."
Oh, let's go.
He said, "I might go to Sacramento. This is insane." They was all,
yeah.
I guess none of them had seen it yet, and they were like, "What the hell's going on here?"
Come on, man. Come
Come
on,
man. The Pop Father, come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm with
Pull
it.
up.
I'm with it.
Yeah,
Joe
that was
Budden
dope to
coming
see
through.
that. He was like, yeah, like it's, and we still in that phase of we trying to get our notoriety, but he shouted out Sacramento a couple. He's like, I might have to go to Sacramento, bro. I ain't
Come on,
gonna
Joe.
lie to you.
Come on, Joe. Let's go. We're going. D-Lo and KC gonna be in full swing in
Yeah,
August.
man. Yeah, man. Pull up on
through,
us.
my brother. Yeah, that's good stuff. I love hearing that. Yeah, but the concert scene's gonna be thick.
We didn't even mention Soul Bloom when we were talking about the concert.
Man,
jeez,
man, I cannot wait for that. And all of my favorite acts are like Joey Badass just got like small little print on that ad.
I know. He's not even the headline. Brent is
Not
the
even
headliner on
close.
that day. LMA didn't even get
LMA isn't even the headliner. Man, that show.
Brent gonna have him going crazy though. Brent gonna have him like Bryson had him.
Bryson made me leave the park. Bryson made me leave the park, man. I was just minding my own business at Caesar Chavez, enjoying the music, and then I start looking around, going, "Man, I'm leaving. I'm leaving."
Oh man, but yeah, Joe Budden pull up, man. With Joe, and I'll tell you right now, Joe Budden come out of Sacramento, we probably get him on ESPN 1320. He loves talking to sports.
Oh, we got to. Oh yeah,
We love
I
talking
always
sports.
laugh a little bit when they talk sports on the podcast. It's kind of funny because they're like like Joe's really locked in.
Yeah.
Like some of them aren't.
Who's that? Is that Ish who doesn't like who he got? There's somebody he didn't like. No, he's a big Lakers fan, and he was talking crazy about Jokic, I think, or so.
Well,
he
no,
did
Joe was
something.
talking crazy about Jokic. Joe. So when Joe Budden gets serious, what he does is he pulls the microphone close to him and he lowers his voice like this. And what he'll say is, "Listen, what I'm telling y'all is just 2 weeks ago, you weren't calling him the greatest player of all time. Now y'all out here acting like this Nikola Jokic is the greatest player of all time. This is hyperbole. Y'all too wrapped up in hyperbole. Y'all are too wrapped up in the moment."
I think, but didn't Ish, because he a Laker fan, didn't he get mad at LeBron for getting swept or something like that? Like I don't think he's a LeBron fan. And he gets mad when the Lakers lose and blames it on LeBron or something like that happened.
And I think
but
Joe's
it's funny
a Knicks
when they
fan,
talk.
right?
Like Joe, big time Knicks.
Yeah, Joe's a Knicks
New
fan.
York Giants fan. He had a big
Mhm.
flip out when they drafted Daniel Jones. I remember.
Yeah, Joe Budden's dope, man. That's a fun podcast.
Spicy P asked in the chat, KC, what's the weather going to be during Soul Bloom? Good Lord.
Even I can assess that one.
Bring your water bottles.
Man.
Make sure you have your little personal fans with you. It's gonna be hot.
It was the one negative to Soul Bloom moving from May to August is bruh. We're gonna be cooking out there for 2 straight days. We're gonna be out there cooking.
Hey, I'd say right now, I'd pay the extra for VIP. The VIP setup is official.
Of course you would. Yeah, you Kenny Caraway. Not all of us can do that.
Well, I just save my money. That's all I would do. I would save my money because all the trees are in VIP.
Man, man,
that's where all the trees are at.
By the way, speaking of, go to ESPN1320.com. Go to the contest page and register to win 4 tickets to the 2 days of the California Classic.
Yeah,
you can do that right now.
Yeah, do that now. Look, I'm not trying to mislead the people, but until he's ruled out, you may see Victor Wembanyama.
That's safe. You may. That's safe.
You may see Brandon Miller.
Yeah, it's all right. You're a little flustered.
I was about to call him
right.
Brandon Clark for whatever reason. Brandon Miller.
Healthy.
You'll see Colby Jones.
Yeah, you'll definitely see that.
And did the Lakers draft anybody last night?
Yeah, they had 2 picks last night.
I can't remember who they drafted. No, the Warriors got I can't even say his last name. The guy from Santa Clara though, with the 19th pick.
Yeah, they did. Ramsey gonna be mad at me because I just put the pinned tweet in all caps. So Ramsey, don't block me. I just wanted it to be seen, so I don't want Ramsey to get upset and block me. And now that I see it, put it in all caps, looks bad. But go to ESPN1320.com and register for your tickets for the
Jaime Jaquez. Did Jaime Jaquez went to the Heat? I remember he got drafted.
Yeah, he went to the Heat.
Ooh, Jaime Jaquez, or what did Mitch call it?
Yeah, we might need to isolate that.
I think you call him Jim Jacks or something like that.
We might need to isolate what.
Hey, my boy Mitch too. He knew he messed up.
He was like, I messed up again. That whole Mitch call was if we should just start recording the time Mitch really destroys a name, and we could just fire those off on the board whenever we mess up.
They got some ball players at the California Classic though.
I like Jaime Jaquez. I like listening. One, I like this game. We watched him a little bit, but I like listening to him and his mom and dad talk. I don't think his mom talked much, but his dad did.
I missed that. I didn't see.
And that's I thought he was really composed. I really liked he was polished.
That's a good get for the Heat, man. Yeah, that's a real good get. So there's a lot of good rookies. They're going to be at the California Classic for 2 days, man. So
how you feel about Grady?
I think he's a good ball player, man. He's going to be in the league for a while.
Did we find out?
Bruce might be listening.
Did we find out? Was Grady's suit? Did that have something to do with the ruby red slippers? Did we get that confirmed?
No, I didn't get it confirmed. I just saw that's what NBA tweeted out.
Okay.
Yeah. He was a hit though.
I thought it was great.
He was a hit.
I would have cut it different. I noticed when he got up and moved, it was kind of boxy.
Yeah.
It's probably a hard suit to cut, but the gist of the outfit I really liked.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
He did his thing. They're saying yes, it was tied to Kansas and Dorothy. And
I like it. Stuff. I like it. That's
creative.
That's creative.
Yes.
That's good work.
Very creative.
Let's go work there by Grady. He's always going to be Grady.
It's just going to be Grady here. Fat
Joe may think differently.
I don't know why he said that, bro.
I don't know why he said it like that. He didn't need to say it like that. It's just really weird and aggressive.
That didn't run through his head. Maybe he was nervous. Or something.
Joe. It's okay if it's just, why did you deliver that line that way? It's all, I don't know. But
oh man,
That was funny though. We had little kid Bruce right after.
I can't believe
man.
Bruce was the first call.
His
after
parents
that.
will never let him
Just
listen
mortified
to the show again.
to Mr. and Mrs. Bruce's parents. We're really
We
sorry.
apologize.
We're really
Please
sorry.
don't block Bruce from listening to the show anymore. Please.
No, we're big fans of Bruce.
Mm.
We're trying to do better. Look, we're making amends with Draymond Green. We're going to clean up our silly references.
Yeah.
There's going to be plenty of pauses ahead, but still, like that's more innuendo. You got to figure that out on your own. We're going to be better. We've made our amends today. We're off and running.
We're going to do this, guys.
Stilo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. We welcome those that are watching the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe buttons as well. James Ham set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes as the Sacramento Kings draft cap space last night, trading Richaun Holmes in the 24th pick to the Dallas Mavericks, ultimately drafting Colby Jones at 34. We'll get to all of that, but we'll welcome in our man, James Ham.
Yeah,
Kings
Hammer
Insider.
in the house.
Hammer, what's happening, man?
Chaos. What's going on, friends?
Little bit. We've stuck with the line all day that the Kings drafted cap space last night. I know you dropped a later edition of the Kings Beat newsletter, so let's dive into this, Hammer. Lots of money out there for the Sacramento Kings. What's it all mean?
Yeah, it's crazy how much money they have. We've talked about this in the past. If there was a way for them to get off of Richaun Holmes's contract, that they should try. I mean, basically what we're looking at is, unfortunately for Rich, just a guy who wasn't in the plans. He wasn't in the rotation. He wasn't going to be around in Sacramento one way or another, it felt like. You kind of hope that they might be able to trade him away for a couple of second-round picks, but at the end of the day, basically the Kings sold the 25th pick in the draft, the 24th pick in the draft for $25 million, because that's how much Richaun Holmes is owed over the next 2 years. And to me, that's crazy that you were able to actually get that contract gone away with. And again, this isn't to bash on Richaun Holmes. Things happen in the league. You go from being a starter for a team who they're very excited about your contract and they think they got a good deal with you, to a player, who got a couple of eye lacerations, who got COVID, who had some personal issues, and then lost his starting job because you traded for an all-league center. And, unfortunately for Rich, he wasn't able to figure out how to fit. And this is about as good an outcome as you can get for the Sacramento Kings. I know a lot of fans are excited about what might have happened at 24. Even Omax, falls to them at 24. Leonard Miller fell even further. But that you're not going to be able to get like dollar for dollar. Look at what you were able to do right there. Not only were you able to shave $12 million off your cap space this year and go all the way up to almost $35 million in cap space, but on top of that, you're able to save almost $13 million next year when you've got to pay Malik Monk, when you've got to pay Domantas Sabonis. So you got to look at this thing as really one of the bigger wins for the Kings. And I was confused why Dallas did it. Dallas was able to, they went from 10 to 12 and gave up Davis Bertans and were somehow able to move down 2 spots and get rid of $35 million of cap space of their own over the next 2 years. And then they use part of that to pull off the Rich deal. And then we can get into all of the salary cap implications, what this actually means for the Kings, because it's super, super complex. And, again, I got to put on the capologist hat to walk through some of it.
So I saw some things yesterday after all this happened that showed the Kings can make 3 moves off of this, can absorb a contract and a trade, can sign Harrison and go get somebody else. Is that accurate? Do they have that much flexibility with their cap now after freeing up this cap space?
Yeah, it really does depend on how you want to attack this thing. So you have to look at your cap space. We've talked about this in the past, right? So right now the Kings have $35 million in cap space. They really, in reality, have zero cap space. So basically the way it works is Harrison Barnes' contract, he has a cap hold at 27.5 million. That wipes out almost all of your cap space. Then if you become a team that's going to retain a guy like Harrison Barnes using the Larry Bird rights, you have your mid-level exception, which is 12.4 million. You have your biannual exception, which is around 4.5 million. So again, right there, we're at another $17 million. And then on top of that, in the Richaun Holmes trade, they're likely to pick up what's called a traded player exception. You hear it used all the time as a TPE. And that would be for the value of Richaun Holmes's contract, which is $12 million of his this year's contract, not for his total contract. So there's a way where the Kings could be a team that plays in that world where you have a mid-level at 12.2 or 12.4. You've got a $12 million TPE. You got a $4.5 million exception. And then you have the ability to sign any one of your free agents using Larry Bird rights. Okay. So that's one way that we could see this team go. And that's something that you might hear someone say, yeah, they could trade for a player, which is a TPE. The problem with the TPE is that you can only trade up to the dollar amount of within like $100,000. So you can go trade for a player is basically 12 million and below, right? The mid-level you can't trade, but you can sign a player. The biannual you can't trade, but you can sign players. So these are all different mechanisms that the league has. But that's if you're acting as a team that has no cap space, right? So the Kings have that route that they can go. The other route that they can go is that they can be a full cap team, a full room team. So they can say, okay, we're going to walk away from the TPE. We're going to walk away from the mid-level, and we're going to walk away from the biannual exception. We're also going to walk away from the $27.5 million cap hold for Harrison Barnes, but also the cap hold for Terrence Davis, cap hold for Alex Len, the cap hold for Chimezie Metu, maybe even Trey Lyles, although Trey Lyles' cap hold is so small that you probably wouldn't, and just become a true cap space team. And if you do that, the team is between 33 and 35 million is where I have them. And that's a lot of money. So you can go out and do a whole lot of things with that. And part of what we talked about, what I posted last night, and I'm sure we're going to talk about today, is you can use part of that to do what's called a raise and extend for a guy like Domantas Sabonis, where you can go into his 2023-24 NBA salary of $22 million. You can throw money on top of that, and then you can use a new provision in the upcoming CBA where you can bolster his salary by 140%. So you could start a contract extension next summer with him making roughly, like if you gave him a full $8 million, you could almost max him out. The maximum for a player who is coming off an all NBA season and is within 7 and 9 years of experience in the league is 30% of the cap. So you go to next year's cap, which is, I think, 145 million. You do 30% of that, and it comes out to right around 43 million bucks. So if you give Domantas Sabonis an extra 8 million this year and bump his salary up to 30, then you could extend him using the 140%. It would start at about 42 million bucks, and you could give him again a 4-year extension off of that would kick in after this next year. So he'd be under contract for 5 years, but the 4-year extension would be worth 189 million bucks. And that's a lot of money. And he's deserving, but there's also reasons why he would also think long and hard about signing this contract now versus waiting.
And what are the benefits for Sacramento if they do this?
Well, the benefits for Sacramento is that going forward that Domantas Sabonis is going to be with your team. He is going to be locked in at your center position alongside De'Aaron Fox for the next 5 years. And if you're Domantas Sabonis, here's the deal. People say, well, if he waits till next summer, he can actually get another year because, you can sign a 5-year extension. Well, you can sign a 5-year free agent contract off of your previous deal. So he would be able to get like an additional year, and that additional year would be at another 8% raise. So his final year of this contract that we're talking about is right around 53 million. He could get another year after that, which would be, again, 8%, another, let's say 4 million. So it'd be around 57 million, something like that. But the reason why Sabonis would consider signing now is that as of right now, he gets that 30% kicker, right? Because he's all league. Now, if anything happens this coming season, like say Bam Adebayo becomes even a better player than he has been, or let's say that, they've installed this new rule that in order to be eligible for all league, you have to play 65 games or more. Let's say Sabonis gets hurt and misses 20 games. Now he's no longer eligible for the 30%. He'd be eligible for 25% of your salary cap, but that's actually a huge difference between those two numbers. And so, yeah, it would actually make a lot of sense for him to sign a contract this summer and know where he's going to play and have his feet planted firmly with this franchise moving forward, if that's what he wants to do. And from everything I've heard on the outside, not on the inside, that is something that has been discussed.
So all these options and the scenarios for the Kings for the cap space and using exceptions and stuff like that, is that thing that's going through my head is like in a game they call a timeout with 2 minutes to go in the first half, and they're like, it's a use it or lose it situation. Like you either use it or it doesn't carry over. Is that what all these player exceptions, trade exceptions, and cap room is for the Kings this offseason? Like they need to spend it all up, or do they have those exceptions that can carry over in the next season as well?
Okay, so yeah, the biannual exception you can only use every 2 years. So the Kings did not use it last year. Sasha Vezenkov's people really pushed hard to get him to come over on the biannual exception last year, and the Kings had carved out a chunk of their mid-level, and we're trying to get him to sign on the mid-level instead. The biannual exception is only 2 years. So when you get done with your 2 years, you don't have your full Larry Bird rights. So now you become a free agent that can go sign with a lot of other people, where if you got that third year, now you have bird rights. So that's one thing. But when we look at the exceptions, right? If the Kings decide to become a true cap space team and have the 35 million bucks, all of those exceptions go away, even the traded player exception. So the traded player exception is usually good for a year from the date that it was acquired. But if you're going to become a true cap space team and just run around with, again, 35 million bucks, you don't get your mid-level, you don't get your traded player, you don't get your biannual. What you do get is what's called the room exception. And so after you've spent all of your money, you still have a $7.7 million exception that is for teams who started with cap room at the beginning of the year. So not only do the Kings have $33 to $35 million in cap space right now, they also have an exception for $7.7 million that allows them to go over the cap and sign additional players. And that the room exception can be broken up into multiple chunks too. So you could, again, it's 7.7. You could give a $4 million starting salary and a $3.3 million starting salary to somebody, if that makes sense. $3.7 million starting salary. So there are a lot of ways that you can manipulate the cap, but like if this scenario works out, that I'm telling you that it's possible that they could sign Sabonis to an extension, and you use up, say, let's just throw the number at $8 million bucks. That would still mean that the Kings would have anywhere between $25 and $27 million in cap space right now. And then on top of that, they would have an additional $7.7 million that's separate. You can't add the 25 and the 7.7, but you'd also have the $7.7 million room exception. So you could literally go out and sign a $15 million a year player, a $10 million a year player, you could do all kinds of different things. You know, it gives you leeway. You could sign one player for 25 million and then, you know, piece together a bunch of like minimum scale contracts and then use that 7.7 million. There are different ways that you can sort of move around and build out the rest of your squad.
Yeah, they got options, man. Jeez.
Hammer, let's go with the raise and extend, and I really feel like that's a pausable moment that we need to find a new name for. I had been saying renegotiate.
Yeah. You can call it whatever you'd like. I agree. It is, you know, a little out there.
Plausible. Plausible moment.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But let's go with that. Obviously, you've got some, you know, you've got some intel around the league that this is, you know, we believe this could be, you know, something that's discussed. But let's go with the idea. It is okay. We got this renegotiation. We got this extend. Domas here. Then what? Like who is your, like, if like what in your head? This has been the conversation all day. What, if anyone, makes, or who, if anyone, makes the Sacramento Kings a championship contender next year? Who makes them a threat to the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference? Do you have an answer to that?
No, I don't think anyone really does have an answer to that, because like what we've talked about in the past is, you know, like the you know, staying at the same level that they are, right? And then trying to improve. That is like, you got to figure out a way to at least stay where you are, at least be as good as you are right now. And so the easy route might be to bring back Harrison Barnes, and hopefully you don't have to pay, say, $20 million for Harrison Barnes. Maybe you can pay $15 million for Harrison Barnes. Maybe that's a number that you could work out. And like, maybe he wants more, his people want more, and they're pushing for a dollar figure that's uncomfortable for you. But that's when you start talking to other players. That's when you start looking at, okay, would I rather have, you know, Harrison Barnes at 20 million, or, you know, again, you have $25 million to spend if you do extend Sabonis. Maybe you are looking at like a Naz Reid and a Kelly Oubre. You know, can you get both of those players in that scenario? Can you get both of those players, and then can you add Sasha Vezenkov on part of that room exception? And so now we're starting to look at, you know, 3 or 4 players for the dollar amount versus just 1 or 2 players. You know, can you get a Darius Baisley, or can you get a Matisse Thybulle? What player would make sense that would help you shore up your defense? Can you chase you know, again, a Mason Plumlee? Like all of these different options that you might have, where you can start parceling out that $25 million, or you can go swing for the fences and say, look, Kyle Kuzma, I know you want 30, but we can get close to 30 over a 4-year deal. You know, you start at 25, 5% raises. You know, it's not going to be a true 30 million bucks, but, you know, is it possible that a player like that would contemplate coming to Sacramento and sort of filling up that power forward spot and giving you a different look than you had last year? So yeah, the maintain and improve. I think maintaining is bringing back Harrison Barnes, and then the improving, if you can add a Sasha Vezenkov. You know, we see that they got Colby Jones, which I like as a prospect. He could be a guy who actually steps in and helps you this year a little bit. I'm not saying 25 minutes a game, but he might be able to play 12 to 14 minutes a game in year 1 and help you. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he spends a year in the G League. But also like the Sasha Vezenkov thing, and then just the natural progression that a team makes, the natural progression that Keegan Murray makes, that you might make as a team on the defensive side of the ball because you've been together for another year. Like, those are ways that you can improve without doing something drastic. And there's going to be a lot of options here, but, you know, like, I don't really particularly buy into the Draymond Green being a perfect fit for the Sacramento Kings. I think defensively, sure. You know, he would improve your defense. I think that his passing skills are spectacular. But at the same time, like, he doesn't shoot the three ball. The spacing would be horrible with the starting lineup with De'Aaron Fox and Draymond Green and Domantas Sabonis. There would be all kinds of issues there with spacing and how does it fit together. And, you know, he's not a great rebounder. There was a time where he was a good rebounder. He's not a great rebounder anymore. And, you know, how many years does he have left as a really good defender? Because I don't think he's an elite defender anymore either. Now, can he be a quarterback on the backside? Sure. But I don't see him being like the defensive stopper that he was 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
I agree. Yeah.
James hates fun. That's just James was here at 12. He just would have been like, no, the hell with your stupid conversation about Draymond Green. Absolutely not.
So
even though he's right.
He's 100% right. Do you, just your opinion, do you think the Kings are really seriously contemplating bringing in Draymond Green the way a guy like Brian Windhorst talked about earlier? And before you answer that, bringing him in on a certain contract is different than bringing him in using your $30 million a year or $20 million. That's crazy. That's some crazy talk. Do you think they're really like, hey, let's explore if we could get Draymond Green here in Sacramento?
Look, I think it's okay to explore. It's okay to think about something. It's okay to have those discussions behind closed doors. It's okay to go to Mike Brown and say, what do you think? How would you figure him out and put him into this system? And if Mike Brown gives a full green light and there's a way to do it, but like, I don't think that you should be out there trying to outbid the Golden State Warriors for one of their like 30-something-year-old veterans. Like, I just don't. Like, does he do some of the things that you need? Sure. But, you know, like, so does Dylan Brooks. And, you know, that we're talking about a guy who actually fits your team better, that actually can shoot the three ball at a decent clip, who does bring the defensive mindset, who could fit into a position of need. And so like, look, there are a lot of different ways you can do this. But I think that if you're going to go out there and spend $25 million a year or $27 million a year, or heaven forbid, not do what we're talking about with Sabonis and just start throwing $30 million a year at Draymond Green, like, you're just asking for it. Like, that has the potential to be another, like, in all honesty, like 2 years from now, another Richaun Holmes situation where you got a big, gigantic contract, and Holmes at least was only $12 million, but you could have a much bigger contract that doesn't work, and a player that isn't 100% marketable around the league for a myriad of reasons, but realistically at that point it would be age and financial commitment, and that's tough.
We haven't really we haven't really talked very much about Dylan Brooks. I don't know what Dylan Brooks's market is either. Like, we've tried to hammer the market for some of these guys, like a Harrison, for example, a Kelly Oubre, Kyle Kuzma. Like, I think I've come around to Kyle Kuzma might be the highest priced of those guys. Maybe Jeremy Grant winds up being the highest priced out of all of those players. I'm not sure where Dylan Brooks falls into all of this.
Well, there was some talk early on that he wanted, I think, 18 to 20 million. And that's as his team is jettisoning and saying he's not coming back. So I'm not sure. Again, I don't love Dylan Brooks as a fit, and not because of the personality issues and the stuff like that. My issue, because I think the Kings can use a guy with that kind of edge. I mean, we're talking about a 27-year-old guy who, you know, does everything you need him to do. He's a good passer. He's a decent rebounder, not really a great rebounder, but defensively he's spectacular. And, you know, there's a possibility that, again, with a passing center like Sabonis, his 3-point percentage could come up and he could actually work. It's just the poor shot selection, the mid-range jumpers, the bad decisions that the Kings have kind of avoided players like that who aren't making smart basketball plays in crucial moments. And so, you know, it's one thing to miss a shot at the end of a game. It's another thing to take a shot with, you know, 18 seconds on the shot clock and you're up by 4 with 30 seconds on the clock. Like, and those are things that you just can't allow. And so like Dillon Brooks, the idea of him as a defender, as a tough guy for this team, I think it does make sense. But the actuality of some of the things he does as a basketball player are super unappealing as well.
39% overall, 32% from 3.
James, everything James is saying is right. I understand it. I'd seriously consider him in
at
bench
20
role. No, not at 20. Just on a team in general. I know that's what I don't think
you can look for whatever you want.
I don't think he getting.
Don't
20.
mean you're gonna get it.
Yeah, I don't think he getting 20. I think he'd be affordable to have on your bench.
Yeah, I think a different variation of Dillon Brooks, like not nearly as good a defender, but it's still a quality defender, is Oubre. And Oubre really stepped up this season. He averaged 20 points a game. His 3-point percentage dipped, and he's a 33% career 3-point shooter. So not like a perfect fit. And that's why like people need to like respect the fact that Harrison Barnes is a very good player and a very good fit for this particular team. If you could add another player to that front line that made sense, like a Kelly Oubre, who might be able to come off the bench and provide like major spark and length and athleticism, maybe that's something that again would be appealing. And it's someone again that De'Aaron Fox played AAU ball together. He's known Kelly Oubre for a decade or more. They're friends, and he would love to have him here in Sacramento. As far as Fox.
Boy, you two love you some Kelly Oubre.
Come on, man. Kelly Oubre can go.
He
can go.
Hammond Caraway, the Kelly Oubre welcoming committee.
I'd love for Kelly Oubre to come to Sacramento.
Though, I want to know what Mike Brown thinks, though, because Mike Brown had Kelly Oubre in Golden State. And he knows, like he would know. And not only that, but Jay Triano was with Kelly Oubre in Charlotte. So these are guys that would know how they feel he would fit in with what they're trying to build. And that's one of the funny things about like when you assemble a staff and you've got, guys like Jordy Fernandez who have been in certain spots and Luke Laux who have been in certain spots, like they all have a different idea and a different relationship with some of these players that we're going to be talking about that could become available for the Kings. And like the other thing you can do, which, we keep talking about is you can use that cap space that you just had. You just developed this, 35 million bucks in cap space. You can go out there and use that just as like open cap space to go trade. You can give up stuff and not have to give up a player. So if a team was looking at the deal you're offering before and it was with Richaun Holmes and they're like, look, we'd consider that deal, but we don't want to pay year 2 of Richaun Holmes. Now you don't have to pay year 2 of Richaun Holmes. Mm-hmm. Now you might be able to give up a couple of first round picks for a player who's making 18, 19 million bucks a year. Maybe you only give up a player. Maybe you can, again, like I always throw them under the bus and I don't mean to, but it comes down to how many people the Kings have under contract. But if you give up Davion Mitchell at $5 million bucks and 13 million of that 33 million bucks in cap space, you still got 20 million to spend and you might have the player that you're looking for. And so there are a lot of ways that you can put this thing together and build out a team right now. And again, not having Richaun Holmes, I wish him all the luck in Dallas. I hope he gets his career on track again. I hope he finds a home there. But the fact that you were able to sell the 24th pick, which again is basically a coin flip as to whether he'll ever develop into a reasonable NBA player, even just a rotational player. It's a coin flip. If you look even the last 10 drafts and you were able to sell that thing for 25 million bucks, man, that is absolute brilliance by Monty McNair.
The funny thing James talks about, like, ask Mike Brown what he thinks about Kelly Oubre and Jay Triano what he thinks about Kelly Oubre. They can be completely different. Mike Brown, defensive guy, be like, I like Kelly, but it doesn't work. Jay might be like, "Hey, this got to be great."
Yeah.
Very true.
Outlooks.
James talked about using that cap space to acquire a player. Something crossed my mind this morning. Kings already pursued this person once.
Uh-oh.
I'll let it marinate for a minute. We'll come back, and I'll get cussed out when D'Lo and KC return here. By the way, go to ESPN1320.com. Go to the contest page over at ESPN1320.com, and you can register to win 4 tickets to the 2-day California Classic starting July 30th at the Golden One Center. So, again, ESPN1320.com, the contest page. Register to win those 4 tickets for the 2 days. It's 4 tickets both days of the California Classic. We'll come back. James and Kenny will yell at me here on Sacramento
Bruce,
Sports Leader.
cover your ears.
ESPN 1320. Jesse cussed me out when I told him. I was like, "Hey, thought of something."
I did?
Well, you weren't pleased with me this morning when I brought it up.
I don't even remember.
Oh, it's good. Keep it that way, pal.
Lazy trying to bait me here in the chatty house.
Lazy? No, not lazy.
He retired. Yo.
Did you see Lou Williams retired?
Yeah.
Officially.
Yeah.
Good career by Lou Williams, a high school guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where you're going with this, but is it have to do with the Thomas Lancaster question here in the chatty house?
No, it doesn't. We can go back to this though, James, because I think one of the low key. I mean, I think we've thought for a while there that or not a while, a few days that OG thing may have disintegrated a little bit for probably a variety of different reasons. But with Richaun gone,
yeah.
I mean, I guess you could use that trade exception you were talking about right there, I guess. But that doesn't feel like something Masai Ujiri would go for.
Yeah. John Poles, you asked, do I have any idea what the Kings are getting in return from Dallas? As of right now, I believe they're getting nothing. They're going to have to get something. So whether that's like a really strangely protected 2nd-round pick 5 years from now, or it's the draft rights to some guy that no one has ever heard of that plays in the North Pole.
That's
like,
a good league up there.
Yeah. You know, like the Kings still have, I'm pretty sure Alex Oriaki, that's who they got in exchange for Isaiah Thomas. They got him in a trade exception years ago. I think they still have his draft rights, so you can actually trade him. The Kings actually traded somebody last year that I didn't even know they had the draft rights to, which they picked up in another deal. So you have to give something of monetary value. You have to take back something of monetary value, which is not cash. So that's what the Kings will get something. But again, it could be, who's the third team in that? It's OKC. So I'm going to guess that OKC has like 7 foreign prospects that you can trade the rights to, which chances are will never come over and mean like very little. Like, yeah, they have a 40-year-old Sismon Sesewitz or something.
Nailed it.
He's out of Anwol or Locklov-Wick, something like that. Literally a 40-year-old man. You could trade his draft rights to the Kings as part of this deal, just to give something.
That's like the guy that like 2 years ago they he retired, or like the guy overseas that was really good, like a point guard. I think they credited him with creating the Euro step or something like that.
Oh, Dijon Brodriga.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted him in like 1995. Yeah.
It was like 2 years ago, right, where he retired, or they relinquished his rights or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we are the only. Anyway, someone was asking about OG and like, do we have to, how much time do we have?
I don't know.
Okay.
A minute.
Okay, so I'll be really quick. You cannot do the same thing that you're talking about, we're talking about right now with Sabonis if you traded for OG Anunoby. OG Anunoby, if he did an extension and then trade with Toronto, is only eligible for 5% raises. That's not enough. He wouldn't accept that contract. If you trade for him and you hold on to him for 6 months from the day, you can negotiate a contract that's, again, 140% of his current salary, which is like 18.4 million or 18.6 million. Whatever the number was, I did the math and it comes out to like 26 million starting salary with 8% raises. And you can give him you can give him 4-year contract extension. So it'd be right around 4-year, like 115 or 117 million bucks. Thomas, I think you asked that in my Twitter feed, that trade.
All right, we're coming back, Hammer. We're back here. I'll remind you, as we close out this week, go to the contest page at ESPN 1320 and register to win 4 tickets to the 2-day California Classic. I don't know if Victor Wembanyama and Brandon Miller are going to be playing. I know their teams are going to be playing. I know the NBA is hyping up the Summer League schedule, and it's like, hey, yo, we got the Spurs and the Hornets at the Golden One Center a couple of days earlier, and we've got your chance. I do agree with you, though, regardless of what happens with Victor Wembanyama. I know everyone's excited for him. I think we're going to see Brandon Miller. I'm excited to see Brandon Miller
I am too.
at the Golden One Center, and, of course, Colby Jones and the rest of the Sacramento Kings rookies and the team that they field. Hammer, we've gone over the Kings drafting cap space last night and everything that goes along with it, and you've laid out beautifully on a variety of different levels what this team could do with that cap space, from extending Sabonis, renegotiating and extending Sabonis, the different ways that they can acquire a variety of different players. You also mentioned you can use that cap space to absorb a player with a big contract. And as I was thinking this morning about players that the Sacramento Kings could acquire,
I'm listening right now.
And I landed like, man, there's Cam again. You know, as a restricted free agent, I don't like it. Like, I have concerns about restricted free agency in Cam Johnson. And I remembered he's on Brooklyn. And there's a pretty hefty contract in Brooklyn. I'm just asking. They attempted, allegedly, to acquire Ben Simmons once. They have the ability to do it if they want to. I'm a broadcast journalist. I just ask questions. I'm not offering opinion. I'm just stating, I'm guessing Ben Simmons is available.
He's definitely
I'm going to guess he's available as well. And I don't think that there's a team in the league. You know, we talk about untradeable contracts and how there really is no such thing in the NBA as an untradeable contract. I think he's about as close as you can get to untradeable at this point.
Hard to think otherwise.
Yeah, he's almost 27. You know, he's barely played in the last 2 years. Between the holdout and back injury, he played 0 games in 2021-22. Last year in Brooklyn, he played 42 games, averaged 6.9 points, 6.1 assists, 6.3 rebounds. He still can't score the ball. He still can't shoot the ball. There was a time where he made a lot of sense, but I think that time was in the pre-Domantas Sabonis era. And you got yourself a much better player. Like Sabonis can't defend like Simmons, but Sabonis is a tough guy who goes out on the court every single day. The problem I have with Simmons is that, like, he started having back problems, and as someone who has back problems, like, I understand a lot of his back problems could be caused by stress and everything else, because he's been under a tremendous amount of stress and scrutiny over the last couple of years. I thought Sacramento was a perfect landing spot for him 2 years ago. I thought that was like something that his people should have been pushing for. Go let the guy rebuild himself in a place that no one is watching. The good people of Sacramento are watching, but no one on the outside is watching what's happening in Sacramento. and they didn't do it, and they put him in another major market, and he's failed miserably and had back surgery. And again, like the adage goes, I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole, or more like a 100-foot pole at this point, because he's still owed a bunch of money, and you just can't even consider it.
That contract's got to be running out. What, 2 years left? There can't be more than 2 years left.
2 years left. 2 years left. I'll be honest with you.
It's 70 or 80. Yeah.
Oh man.
I'll be honest with you, Damian.
Don't say it like that. I wasn't proposing Ben Simmons. I was just asking.
Just the thought of it. It's not the worst idea in the world at all. The only issue I have, I shouldn't say the only, the biggest issue I have, it's kind of like the Draymond Green situation. It obliterates your offense. Just obliterates your offense. The idea, the notion of taking a chance on a guy like Ben Simmons, if the Kings had a different type of offense, even to be honest with you, if De'Aaron Fox was a little different type of player where he didn't need to get into the lane as much, and he was a better 3-point shooter, if all that was the case, I maybe even be a little bit more into it. But like I mentioned with Draymond, and this is why I said it's not about Draymond per se, it's about the fit. You can't have 3 starters, and I don't know if Ben would start, but just for argument's sake, you can't have 3 non-shooters in your starting 5. And I say De'Aaron's a non-shooter as talking about a 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
He's money in the mid-range, but from deep, he's not knocked down yet. He's gotten better, but he's not knocked down yet. So you can't have 3 iffy to non-shooters, in my opinion, in your starting lineup.
Yeah, our friend Brendan Nunez chiming in the chatty house. Would you rather have Draymond or Ben Simmons? I'd rather have Draymond.
I'd rather have Draymond too. My issue with Ben Simmons,
I'd rather have Draymond as well.
My issue with Ben Simmons is I don't think Ben Simmons likes basketball, and I'm not gonna kill him for that. It's just like when it comes time to rehab or work, or this team is still in a stage of having to do extra things. I don't know that he loves that. Draymond, I don't have any question whether Draymond Green loves basketball. I don't think either one of them are wearing Sacramento Kings uniforms. But to answer Brendan, who would you? Everyone would take Draymond, right? Like Ben Simmons is far too.
And I just looked. It's $78 million over the next 2 years. Where Draymond, I don't know how much he's gonna get, but
Draymond's 100 over 3.
No.
That's what he about to be. He about to be 100 over 3.
So would you rather have 100 over 3 with Draymond or 2 over 80? Essentially,
100.
100 over 3.
Yeah,
what's 20 million at that point?
Yeah, 100. It ain't my money. Uncle V can afford it.
Got it.
Hammer, let's stay in Brooklyn. I really like Cam Johnson. All of us. I don't think anyone listening to this doesn't like Cam Johnson. But I have this concern about how you navigate restricted free agents because of the 48-hour window that they have and to match and all of those different things. How do you think this restricted free agency process normally works? Do you think and I'm not suggesting these two are working together, just using them as an example. You think Monty McNair hits up Sean Marks and hey, what are you doing with Cam Johnson? He's someone we really want. What's your threshold of a number? How close are you to losing him? Do you think those discussions are had, or are teams really just offering $20 million and hope they don't match?
No, there's always discussions beforehand because, even we go back to the Bogdanovich situation, right? Atlanta, before they signed him to an offer sheet, called the Kings and offered up a first round pick in exchange for the Kings allowing them to sign Bogdanovich, right? Now we can it was more than that. That's the problem. There was also, I think, Tony Snell and his $11 million contract, and the first round pick they were offering was a really, really crappy, highly protected Oklahoma City draft pick that was not going to be a first round pick and would have converted to 2 marginal second round picks. So we always hear the story, they were offered a first round pick. They really weren't. They were offered 2 second round picks, the equivalent of, and a player that they didn't want in Tony Snell and his $11 million contract. So they said no. They should have negotiated because Atlanta has been very clear after the fact that they would have taken the player out of the deal, and they might have even looked at a different first-round pick that they might have had hiding. But either way, like, you can have those conversations with the team. Once you put the pen to paper on a contract offer, though, it sets in motion one of the strangest groups of rules ever. Where, again, there's 48 hours for one team to match. You can have things like the poison pill put in. You can have all of these the no trade clauses. You can have, like, all this junk can go into the contract to sort of mess with the other team. But at the same time, you cannot go back and negotiate once you sign that offer sheet. You can't go back to the opposing team. The offer sheet is signed. It's over. You either match the deal or you let the player go. And so it's the Kings made Atlanta wait the full like 72 hours last time. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until maybe an hour and a half before that I got noticed that they were not going to match on Bogdanović.
And it's changed, by the way, from 72 to 48. That's why I mentioned the two different numbers.
48 minutes.
They really should. There's no reason for it to be 48 hours.
Well, that's sometimes so. The contract is crazy, and that's why you need the extra time. You need to digest what it is, and you also have to look at the open market, and you have to make some phone calls and see if, like, okay, should I match this, or could I get player X, Y, or Z for a similar contract, and can I get that done really quick while I'm looking at this contract, while I'm using the 72 hours? Can I vet the contract and go chase a different player while I'm doing it?
I'll meet you in the middle, James. 24 hours, but them days, that's a lot. And here's my thing, and I know I'm making it sound a little simplistic. They already know all this. Like, nobody's caught off guard. Like, you know who's gonna offer. You know how much it's gonna be.
Are you
2 weeks
suggesting
before
free agency doesn't start next Friday?
I'm not suggesting anything.
That?
I'm not a snitch.
Well, the Kings free agency begins next Friday. We know that because they abide by the rules. They just negotiate contracts really, really quickly.
That's all it is.
It's Monty. Monty and West.
Quick, the Malik Monk contract they had negotiated within like 3 minutes of the.
It wasn't 3 minutes, my ass. It was seconds.
Yeah, like clink.
You want to be here?
Yep. Yep. And even in that time, based on, like, I remember Malik said this. He talked to De'Aaron. In that span of about 7 seconds, De'Aaron called Malik. They talked, and then they got an agreement with dollar figures. Years, they got an agreement in place. It all happened. I mean, that's incredible. De'Aaron. I mean, we thought De'Aaron was $1 million.
Yep.
We thought De'Aaron was fast on the floor. Boy, that man made a call. Got Malik here. It's easy work.
You're gonna be here for 2 years, $30 million. De'Aaron. Yep.
Someone tell D'Lo and KC.
220.
I need another 2 seconds.
Someone tell D'Lo and KC. Someone tell D'Lo and KC and Shams. Get it out there.
Yeah.
I love this charade. It's my favorite.
It is fun. I mean, I don't know why they go through all of this. Like, the gamesmanship, I get it. You should have like an open period to speak to your own free agents where other people can't. But like the agent game, like, you could call an agent talking about one player. So let's just say, again, like, someone has Rich Paul as an agent. You could call and check in on De'Aaron Fox and a possible extension or whatever. And while you're on the phone with that person, somehow another name could come up in conversation. And so, like, again, Rich Paul is also, he has OG Anunoby, or Rich Paul also has Trey Lyles. So when you have those conversations, the conversation could start about one player and somehow end up about, well, what do you think of my guy here? And it's like, we might not have the room to do that. And it's like, okay, well, this is what kind of room you might need if you were to look at the player like that. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's all a mess. It always is.
Well, the one that's starting to piss me off is the draft day. Like, the trades on draft day and all that. They got to wear the hat. Like, come on. Come on, man. We all know what it is, man. That's before it was just like, well, that sucks. Now it's starting to piss me off.
Like,
and if there's one thing you don't want to do,
Okay.
Don't piss me off.
Really weird how much you love Jeff Jarrett. But correct me if I'm wrong, Hammer. Omax Prosper is a king.
Yeah.
Oh no. They press release last night that he has been moved in a larger trade.
But
that was
can he's already traded?
Yeah, I mean, when you press release something, that means it's done.
Okay. Well, then why did Mon-Fri have to read the?
Well, how is he traded and Richaun's not?
Yeah, because the deal isn't done. I'm man, I don't know, because and that deal can be expanded and contracted. It can be turned different ways. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
They don't know what the deal is, but
So
they
the-
know
the
Omax is going to Dallas. That's what they're saying.
The
Like,
press-
we don't know what it is, but Omax
The
is gone.
press release is the Sacramento Kings agree in principle.
Okay.
That's what the press release says. And then there's the Jalen Swanson press release. But yeah, the Omax thing says the Sacramento Kings have agreed to trade in principle to send the draft rights to Oliver Maxine Prosper to the Dallas Mavericks as part of a larger deal that is expected to be finalized at a later date. So for all those who wanted Omax Prosper as a king, right now at this exact moment he is.
Go get your jersey.
Go get your jersey. Head over to the team store. Doko.
Omax on that Chris Paul Washington.
Man, if Washington had any balls whatsoever, they'd release a Chris Paul jersey. And just give like he gets the proceeds from it. Just drop a Chris Paul jersey. That joint would sell.
There you go.
Or if I'm a creative Wizards fan, I'd get one made.
Collector's item.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that trade stuff on draft day is dumb, man. I know there's pictures out there of Andrew, and this is different. There's pictures of Andrew Wiggins as a Cleveland Cavalier. Because they couldn't finalize the Kevin Love trade.
Yeah.
So he had to go and take all of the stupid pictures, his rookie pictures are with the Cavs.
Yeah.
Because the trade couldn't be finalized till later.
Well, you know what you won't see on draft day is or draft day photos of Keegan Murray with the Kings.
Okay, why are you bringing up old
Because
stuff?
they just left him. They just took the picture and they didn't even go look for the man.
He left. Okay, so again, this isn't like the Kings were in flux. They were making some substantial changes to their media relations staff and everything else last summer. And that was one of those things where someone who had not been through the process before, and I'm not blaming. This is something that just happened where like you have to bring people from station to station, and there wasn't some clarity because even that night, Sacramento media didn't get the player. We didn't get Keegan Murray on his draft night to talk to, that's only happened one other time since I've covered the team. And which is like literally the stupidest thing of all time. Just so you know, we all huddle around a speakerphone. It's like, welcome to like 1987. We all huddle around one bad old speakerphone. Somebody calls and it's like, you got him there. It's like, yeah, we got him here. Okay. He's on the line. You guys go ahead and ask questions. And we're all hunched over this stupid phone, looking at each other like, who's going first? Like, I'll go. And then you ask a question and it's like, oh, I didn't hear that. What did you say? And then it's just like a mess. But the only other time it happened was Jimmer, and Jimmer was traded on draft night to the Kings as part of he was traded with John Salmons to the Kings, Beno Udrih, and what's his name? The big guy Bismack Biyombo. Went to Charlotte. So that's the only time we didn't get a player, and they were waiting and waiting and waiting. Like 3 hours went by, and Jimmer like finally had to go back to his hotel because it was like 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, no, I'm blaming the NBA. I mean, they're lining up the top picks, and they're looking there, and they got 1, they got 2, they got 3. Jaden Ivey's here. There's no 4. Now I get to be like Damian. Hey, Terry, go find number 4.
Yeah. And if you can't find him, grab his brother, because we already used his picture on the broadcast anyways. Go grab the other one that looks just like him, and we'll throw his butt in here, and we'll snap the picture, and we'll have it. Yeah.
Is that what I look like when I do? That's funny.
Or he'll go, hey, jackass, Go find number 4.
Oh, that is funny. That is funny. Oh, Lord have mercy. What a day. Goodness gracious. Next week's going to be fun. And you want to hear the funniest part about all of this? Guess who won't be here?
Who? Oh, James. That's right. James is he about to
Y'all
make moves.
Y'all thought Fedora ham was a vibe? Wait till you get a load of
sombrero ham.
We get a load of what's that on the nose? The
sunblock?
Sunblock ham.
Sunblock. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I told
zinc oxide.
I told James. James is like, I'm gonna have my laptop, and I just want to be clear, James. You are only allowed to do a podcast. You are only allowed to do a show if Mrs. Ham says you're allowed to. Otherwise, close up the laptop. The Kings will be fine. You'll be fine. Odd time to plan a vacation, James, but everything will be fine, and we'll hold things down for you. But should Mrs. Ham say, James, get out of my face, go do your stupid radio show, I'm gonna need sunblock ham on the beach.
Yeah, we'll try to figure something out. It's a family vacation, and we're going with another family who had already set up for the dates. That's why it is this week. We couldn't really get around it. But yeah, I'm excited to actually get away for a minute, and so we'll be gone Saturday to Saturday. But I'll be working the phones and everything else the whole time.
Yeah, I hope you have an international data plan, because I have a feeling I'm gonna be texting you a lot next week.
I do. I already have made sure that I got international data plan, and we leave at 5:15 in the morning tomorrow.
Oh, very good. You packed? No.
Oh no, come on now. Yeah, no.
all in all, James, Kings had a good day yesterday.
They did, and I think people are really gonna like Colby Jones. I do. He reminds me a little bit of Chris Duarte, a little bit of Derek White. He's got a good game. He's a smart player. And I think people will like Salah too. We'll get to see him in Summer League.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, and you'll be back in time for Summer League.
Yeah,
which is
It'll be
awesome
hot when you come back.
Oh, goodness gracious. It really is. You're leaving at 80 degrees and coming back at about 103.
Not good.
Yeah.
Boat weather.
Appreciate, or multiple boats if you're James Ham. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Again, you could do this today. You could do this right now. You could do this all through the weekend. Go to ESPN1320.com and register to win 4 tickets to the 2-day California Classic that's beginning. Just mentioned Colby Jones, Jalen Swanson. It's going to be we are going to show the dental office how you host the California Classic. Bonte Hill said he's coming down. Bonte Hill's going to see his California Classic with people in it. It's going to be a first for those guys in San Francisco. So go to ESPN1320.com and register to win your tickets. Thank you for a great week. Thank you for a great last couple of days. Have a wonderful weekend. Be safe, and we will see you back here. Free agency week begins next Monday on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Giants!
Go home, everybody. We're done.
Someone asked, Slaw is probably a G leaguer, but I'm not sure. You never know.
I didn't ask you this. Should have, because it's relevant, but there's still a lot of people watching. I asked Kenny this and Bryant. You think we lost Terrence last night with that draft pick?
Yeah. I think probably, and you might have lost him a week or two before that, where it was just like you kind of knew where you're going in the draft. You kind of knew what was coming up. So I mean, I'm not for sure, never say never, but that's a pretty good indication. You went out and drafted a player who's literally 6'4.5" and has the same exact dimensions and does what he does, and a 3-year college player, and then again, your other, what is Slauson? Jalen Slauson. He's another guy, almost 7-foot wingspan at 6'6" plus. With shoes on, he's 6'8", 220. With that's another of that style of player. And I don't know if he'll get a 2-way or if he'll get, if they'll just sign him to an Exhibit 10 contract as like a late second round pick, but they'll at least, I think they like him a lot.
I hope he wears shoes.
I hope he does too.
I do too. Like, and my goodness, Trace Jackson Davis was sitting there at 54.
That's wild.
Like, he just seemed like the right kind of dude to do a flyer on. I mean, we're not talking about Drew Timme here. We're talking about a dude who, put up gigantic numbers and well-balanced, and like very surprised by what happened there.
Did Timme get drafted?
No, nobody's already signed.
Who's he with?
Got an Exhibit 10 with the Bucks, I think.
Bucks?
Oh yeah, Bucks. Annette, yes, Chris Middleton is a free agent. He opted out of a $40 million contract, but the thought is he's signing back with Milwaukee for a lighter salary this year that goes up.
Oh, that's a good nugget. I didn't know that. Okay.
I might be wrong.
Makes sense.
I might be wrong.
I mean that makes sense. Gives them a little flexibility to keep.
Well, they were looking at apron money, big time apron money.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And I don't expect them to be able to retain a couple of their free agents. So look out that big giant in the middle. I don't know if he's going to be back there. Not saying where I know he's going, but I don't know where he's going to be out there.
Oh, you're talking about Brook Lopez. Oh, I was like,
yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Wait, someone else talked about what? David, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah. Your content is being passed off as other content now.
Really? Yeah.
I caught whiff of that. Someone hit the Jesse did. He was like, hey, get a load of this shit. And he sent me a tweet, and apparently that was a conversation piece.
What, that about me specifically? Or
no,
just
of course not. No, about the
not.
premise of the conversation, about the premise of what you're talking about.
Well, they even like brought in Sam Amick the next day after I put it out there, and Sam thought that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. It's Sam.
Like, well, no. I mean, that's fine. I'm not calling out Sam. What I'm saying is that they were trying to fact check that bit of news like the day before.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're
running
backing away. Now they're running with it as if it's them. Yeah. Jesus. Great.
So ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sophomoric. Couldn't imagine.
Well, yeah, that's great.
Lord
Yeah.
have mercy.
All right, y'all. Thanks for a huge last couple of days.
Yeah.
Thumbs up on the way out.
Yeah. What do you think the Cam Johnson contract's going to be? 25?
Yeah, there's not that many people who have salary cap space, and like he's intriguing, but I mean, is he really better than Harrison Barnes? I don't think so. I don't think he's different. He can jump higher, but yeah.
I think Harrison's coming back. I'm going to need somebody to convince me that that's wrong. I think Harrison.
Well, the fact that they now have they could possibly bring him back and still like add on to the roster, because before it felt like if they brought him back, that would be the only move. Now you can do some other stuff. I think that lends to the fact that you can bring him back and still
make other moves.
Yeah.
Hey man, go Pack. We should probably end the stream. We love you guys, man. Have a
bye, friend.
Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday.
Yep.